Well, good morning to you. I greet you with the news from beautiful Guyana. What a splendid morning. Brilliant sunshine, nice, cool, soft wind drifting across the ground. And it's a great picture. What a way to begin day number 2 in this match. Guyana Harpy Eagles playing the Jamaica Scorpions in fourth round action Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. So the senior set, everything is in order. The two umpires, they're walking their way out in the middle. Umpire Nigel Duguid and Shannon Crawford. And this second day presents a lot. And the expectation is for another day of competitive cricket. You can recall overnight, the Guyanese skipper Leon Johnson leading the fight for the Harpy Eagles on a brilliant 142 not out, with close of play score being 268 for the loss of 9. Beaton was the man at the stroke of the close of play, LBW to Blackwood, who bowled some wobbling, slow medium. He went for 1. So the fielders, the Scorpions, they're on their way in the middle, and so too are the batters, Leon Johnson and Smith, the last pair at the wicket. The question now is, how long more will Johnson and Smith last in the middle? Johnson chasing down 150, 8 more to get there. Will Smith be able to stay with him? On the other hand, the Jamaicans will be looking to wrap up this Harpy Eagles innings as fast as possible. With me in the com box is my producer, John Ramsey. Good morning to you, John. 268 for the loss of 9. The Harpy Eagles, they will want to prolong this innings.
Good morning, Inderjeet, and good morning to everyone. Leon Johnson standing tall in his farewell season for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and he'd want to really keep the Jamaica Scorpions out for a long time, getting as much as possible to add to 268. But Niall Smith with him, who can hang around, who can play some defensive strokes. Not sure what the game plan is, but I'm sure Niall Smith would want to keep the Scorpions out for as long as possible, while Blackwood and the Jamaica Scorpions will want to get in to have a go on this pitch, which now, on day number 2, is the best day for batting based on history. So they want to really get in Scorpions, get some runs on the board. Winning the toss yesterday and bowling, they thought they've done the right thing. I thought so as well, by picking up those early wickets. But Leon Johnson stand tall and is really the man in between Jamaica Scorpions pushing and Guyana Harpy Eagles holding.
Force ball on day number 2. Very comfortable. Smith, no problems there. And no doubt Johnson, in his own little way, will be seeking some divine intervention, hoping that Smith can see off these other 2 deliveries so he can get the strike.
One of the good things I noticed yesterday as well with both sides playing for bowling and batting bonus points. Likewise, should be the call. Yep. With Blackwood just on the line of the leg stump and brushed the pad on its way through. Johnson, when he was batting with Ransford Beaton, after the fall of Sinclair, Pormal and Moti in quick succession, decided to take most of the strike to try to get to 250 to give the Guyana Harpy Eagles an extra batting bonus point. As you over the first few balls of the morning, over started since yesterday, so over 270 now for the loss of 9.
Yes, John, you're correct. Looking for that 250 was always on Johnson's mind. There's a huge difference, we always say, between 249 and 250. That one make a lot of difference. They have gone past that. They have gone to 270.
And then Jermaine Blackwood last evening, you know he started bowling off breaks yesterday, but last evening, when he got a wicket of Beaton at the close of play yesterday, was bowling seam up. That as well should be 0.2 points for fast bowling. So that as well tells that both sides are aware of the points in this tournament. So they're looking to get as much as possible. Whether the playing conditions will allow Blackwood, who started to bowl off spin and then go on to bowl seam, will give him the bonus point as 0.2. We'll have to wait and see, but I think he did the right thing by bowling seam.
Yes, I think the playing conditions state that you must list your fast bowlers before the match started. And when you look at those lists, only those that are listed as fast bowlers, and if they pick up wickets, they are the ones who are going to get the points. So that negate Blackwood from getting any points. So Dorval Green will pick the bowling up. 2 for 35, bowled well yesterday, very economical. Johnson is tickling this one down the leg side, and it's going to go away for 4. So fine start by Leon Johnson. And you see there John Green just looking up to the heavens, knew that he strayed outside the leg stump.
Do you remember, the second new ball was taken immediately after it became available. So now this second new ball is now into its 8th over. So relatively hard, very hard in fact. And these bowlers are well rested. So Dorval Green realizing he's wasted a delivery there. That's why he got that reaction from him. He was disappointed. He needs to continue to peg away outside the line of the off stump and nag away. 2 slips in play. But Johnson's prepared to play the waiting game as well. So I like the cat and mouse game we're having.
Yes, and this has been a brilliant innings by Leon Johnson. When you look at the scorecard for the Harpy Eagles, Kevlon Anderson, he made 36, and Imlak 46. Other than that, the rest struggled. Good comeback delivery.
We saw Johnson yesterday maybe cramping up just a little bit, his right leg, and then towards the end of the day's play, we saw him exercising his foot itself. So definitely, it's been a long day. It's been very hot. So cramping up a little bit yesterday, but he managed to weather those as well. And now 146, a captain's knock.
Fine delivery, right on target here. And if you just want to measure the value of this innings by Leon Johnson, look at the top 3 in the Harpy Eagles. 3 of them, that's Chandapal, Nandu, and Savory. They just made 2 runs among the 3. And then you look down the line at the lower order, that 4 in Pramal, Moti, Beaton, and Sinclair, just 19 among them. So therein lies, you can put your measurement and see the value of this innings by Leon Johnson. Now he was flirting with danger.
Dorval Green want to keep him off strikes. He's just pushing it wide so that Johnson does not get bat on ball. They want to bowl at Niall Smith, many deliveries as possible. But Johnson should not have followed that one. Some scores overnight in the Jeet. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Leeward Islands overnight, 271 for 6. And down in Port of Spain, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force hosting Barbados Pride. The Red Force 203 in their first innings, and the Pride defending champions in reply at stumps, 40 without loss.
Very interesting state of play at those 2 venues in Trinidad and Tobago. Off the back foot, Johnson is cutting at this one. And that's gone away to the offside field. It has gone away to the boundary actually for 4. And that's Leon Johnson, 150. A little wave of the bat to his teammates there. But the 35-year-old has scored 150. He celebrated when he got the 100, and 150 makes it even sweeter.
Well, congratulations to Captain Johnson. 2 boundaries this morning, and he has gone to another milestone. And that was a very wide ball from Dorval Green. Outside the off stump this time, Johnson reached it, and it went into the boundary at backward point. Outfield is very quick, the ball is hard, but really good effort from Leon Johnson. 18 fours in his innings. So that also is really a good effort from the Guyana captain.
Yes, certainly a great effort by Leon Johnson. We remember him as a 16-year-old in 2004 at the Enmore Community Center when he played his first match at the regional level. 17 years are there. 2004, we're talking how many there, John? 16 and 3, 19 years at first class regional cricket. Well, you have to be a fit man to spend all these years, and not only as a player, but also given the leadership role in this team, he has done extremely well. Bowled him Smith, the ball cannon into the stumps. Well, he lasted just the while to ensure Johnson get to the 150, and the Harpy Eagles innings has closed at 278. And certainly Jamaica, they have done the job early on day number 2, getting that final wicket. The innings lasted 88.1 over 278. Considering the Harpy Eagles struggling at lunch on day number 1 at 55 for the loss of 4, and then you look up and see 278, that in itself tells the recovery story led by no other than their skipper Leon Johnson with that brilliant 150 not out of 253 balls, 344 minutes with 18 boundaries. And we said yesterday, if the youngsters watch this innings, they will realize Leon Johnson scored all his runs on the field, on the ground, finding the gaps, driving, and there where he scored. Never deliberately looked to go over the top. So congratulations Jamaica, picking up the final wicket. Great recovery, 278, the Harpy Eagles.
Marquino Mindley doing the right thing, just wrapping up the innings very quickly. First ball he bowled this morning, getting the wicket of Niall Smith. Smith losing his shape, he was trying to play a drive to a full ball. The ball came back in nicely for Mindley and hitting the middle stump out of the ground. So Mindley picking up 3 for 34. The pick of the bowlers, 2 for 66 for O.J. Shields, 2 for 35 from Derville Green. One apiece, Nicholson Gordon, Abhijay Mansingh and Jermaine Blackwood. So the Jamaica Scorpions will begin their reply very soon. 278 the Guyana Harpy Eagles in their first innings, and Johnson 150 not out. Another century for the Guyana captain, the 6th for Guyana, 7th overall, and he'll be very happy with his personal performance, but I think he wanted some more runs for the Harpy Eagles. We will begin the run chase, the Scorpions' first innings in a short while. We will be back. Yeah. Welcome back to Providence. We're about to witness the first innings of Jamaica Scorpions. Moments ago, we saw Guyana Harpy Eagles being bowled out this morning for 278, resuming on 268 for 9. Johnson, 142 overnight, converting that to his third 150 plus score in his career. Niall Smith just faced 4 deliveries before he was bowled by Marquino Mindley without scoring, ending the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings on 278. Johnson hit 2 boundaries this morning to get to 150. Then there were 2 leg byes. So 10 runs scored this morning from 10 deliveries. And that's all the Jamaica Scorpions needed to wrap up the innings. 278 in the Harpy Eagles' first innings after they were sent in. Pick of the bowlers, Marquino Mindley, 3 for 34, supported by O.J. Shields and Darville Green with 2 wickets apiece. Nicholson Gordon, 1, Abhijay Mansingh, 1, and Blackwood, the captain, 1 as well. Runs for beaten, ball in hand, will be coming from the southern end of the ground here at Providence, the Players' Pavilion end. Umpire Nigel Duguid is in place. Umpire Shannon Crawford at square leg. And the batters are in the middle. It's going to be Leroy Logg to take first strike. And the new batter in the Jamaica side as well, Tevin Gilzine. Haven't seen him before. It'll be an opportunity for us to have a look at him. He's at a non-striker's end with Logg facing up the first ball to beaten. 3 slips going down. In the Jeet, 278, the Guyana Harpy Eagles in their first innings on a good track here at Providence. And now the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowling. Jamaica Scorpions not the best batting this season, but with Blackwood back into the side, there can be an opportunity for them now to challenge this 278. Good morning, Legit.
Good morning once again to you, John. Hello, listeners. Yes, I agree with you. Blackwood and Bunner must come good here for Jamaica. That's beautifully bowled.
Peach of a delivery, indeed, Indrajit. You can see runs for beaten, bowling a good pace. You saw him in the earlier part of the tournament getting some good bounce and carry. And now with this pitch as it is, with lots of grass on it, you can expect Beaton, Smith, they can be handfuls here at Providence.
Yes, and if they continue to bowl this way, especially Beaton touching down on that corridor, he's going to be a handful on a pitch like this. On the other hand, to John, the likes of Leroy Logg, who has been there for quite some time. I mean, this season, just 1 innings of note when he scored that 79 in the first innings against the Leeward Islands. Other than that, he has not lived up to expectation. He can bat. We saw him last year, but he tends to hit the ball once too often in the air. He has to be careful, has to be selective.
Bang on target again. That ball kept slightly low. Might be the scrambled seam from Runford Beaton. But Logg, the big man, going down quickly and protecting his wicket. I saw against the Volcanoes, Leroy Logg started to play some strokes. And then they set a trap, the Volcanoes. I put in a long on. And then there was also a person sweeping, taking out his power shots. He was asked to play another type of shot and eventually lost his wicket for a shot field 16. He's the type of player who would like to get on with things, Logg. And if you keep him quiet for a long time, you can win that battle. And then you can also look to get his wicket after he tries to play a couple of shots. We saw him last year lighting up the Diego Martin Sporting Complex because the straight boundaries are short. And every time he hits them, they stay hit. He had a changed ball. I think it was 9 balls were changed because we went into people's houses and people's yards and so on and on the road. He is a powerful hitter.
Yeah, that was fun to see. So many balls went sky high all over the place. Driving and edging down towards third man He gets the boundary not the way he wanted it. Beaton is going to get moral victory there. It flew off the bat and flew off very, very fast. Let's just look at him here, John, looking for the drive. Yes, that was a good delivery by Beaton. But I guess the power of the ball actually torn the bat in his hands. He gets the boundary. So the first over has gone at the end of over number 1. It's 4 without loss. And with this kind of bowling by Beaton, his skipper Leon Johnson might just be wanting to put that third slip a little bit wider and a little bit in as well. But a good start by Ransford Beaton. The other youngster at the end, Tevin Gilzine, just one first-class match, and it was this season against Jamaica, against Barbados in Antigua. He made 32 and 9. So he's having another opportunity here to showcase his talent.
As we can see, he is right-handed. He's going to be receiving from Niall Smith. Just 4 runs in the last over from Beaton. Lug off the mark. Scorpions off and running. And Smith starts with a no ball. He has this problem and has been following him throughout his career. Somehow, can't manage to get rid of it in the jid.
Yes, and this is not good enough. I mean, it has plagued him so often, and that is something he must work on. Because what it does, he's going to be frustrated with what is happening. He can lose his rhythm, and once you lose your rhythm, you're going to lose direction. You're going to spray the ball all over the place. And you're the ace fast bowler in the team. You don't want that to happen.
Three slips as well for Gilzine as he faces up to Smith. It also puts pressure on your teammates as well. It builds frustration because every time the plan is set and you bowl a no ball, it means that you're working against the plan. And that's not something Leon Johnson and the Guyana Harp Eagles will be happy with. That's when frustration can come in. But it's something he has been fetching around for the longest time, Niall Smith. Jamaica
Yes,
Scorpions won't mind at all.
Yeah, they won't mind, and it's time that Smith just correct that. And once again, way outside the line of the off stump there, you will want to ensure, just draw something. I mean, Beaton is the junior partner, but look at the difference between the two. Beaton started getting the batter to play at deliveries because he was right on target. Now, when you're given a brand new ball in your hand, you want to make full use of it, and you want to ensure that the batters play more often than not. Nothing wrong trying a thing a little bit wide outside the line of the off stump, but consistently when you do that, you're just easing the pressure. And it's not good. Your team hasn't scored 400. It's just 278. Now, this is not a good start by Niall Smith. And spraying it wide outside the line of the off stump gives Gilzine the opportunity here to know how the pitch is playing, to judge the bounce, and gets his eyes in. So he's in a little comfort zone there. You do not want to present that to him.
Hold! Perfect delivery this time. And this time it's not a no ball. And that is the fall of the first wicket. Tevin Gilzine gone without scoring. And Niall Smith this time getting the ball to tail back after pitching. And he gets the final laugh, having bowled a no ball early up in the over. Scorpions now 5 for 1 in over number 2.
Yes, and that's the Niall Smith we know when he started his career for the Guyana Jaguars, then now Harpy Eagles. And in that delivery, before you see a Scorpions, the ball was onto the stumps. That was a beauty. A little bit of movement, pitch closer to the line of the off stump. Gilzine had no answer, and the youngster with a bent head duplicates his walk back to the players' pavilion as Bonner comes out into the middle.
Scorpions rock back very early. Not what Gilzine and Lug were looking for. They wanted to see off the new ball. They wanted to get the sheen off the new ball, see off this new ball pair. Because I tell you something, Inderjeet, Smith and Beaton, they're the only seam bowlers in this Guyana Harpy Eagles bowling attack. And then they have the spin trio with Veerasammy Parmal, Gurukesh Moti, left-arm spinners, and Kevin Sinclair, the right-arm off spinner. So if the Jamaica Scorpions batters realize what's in front of them, they just have to see off the new ball threat or the seamer's threat, and then it will be a heavy dose of spin. We have seen last week with the Volcanoes here at Providence, and now in the first innings, not a lot of assistance for spinners. So it can be easy pace going on a bit later on in their innings if they just weather the storm.
I agree with you, John. And they must weather this storm because let's say Beaton and Smith bowl 5 overs to start this innings. That's going to be 5 from either end. That's 10 overs. And if they are not careful, they could lose wickets in a heap. We saw them catapulted for just 101 in their first innings against the Volcanoes. You just do not want that to repeat itself.
4 slips in play, but not necessary for this one to fall outside the off stump and driven down towards the cover boundary. And Bonner gets off the mark in convincing fashion. Well played.
Lovely looking shot by Bonner. Now he's a test cricketer, the ace batter in this Jamaican team along with Blackwood. And the delivery was there, the half volley, and he's not going to miss out on them. That's the classic cover drive we've seen from Nkrumah Bonner.
I mentioned the ace batsman, 15 test matches. So some experience there. The 2 test hundreds. That's good accomplishment from the right-hand batsman, 34 years of age. Dot ball to end a successful over for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Nal Smith picking up his first wicket. 1 for 5 from his opening over. Scorpions looking to reply to 278. They're 5 for loss of 1. In fact, 9 for loss of 1, as you can see on your monitor. Just about ready for over number 3, which is going to be bowled by Ransford Beaton. He's going to be bowling to Leroy Lug. Lug got off the mark of the last ball of the previous over, bowled by Beaton with a boundary. 3 slips and a wide 4th slip bordering on a gully. Not the type of start the Scorpions were looking for, but the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be pleased that they've picked up one of the openers very early. Good morning, Matthew Kisoon.
Morning to you, John. Morning to everyone right across the earth. In Guyana, the Caribbean region, in the US of A, in Canada, in the UK, wherever you are. Whatever time it is, following live streaming Cricket West Indies Regional Senior Men's 4-day cricket here. Yeah, it's been a good start for the Harpy Eagles. They picked up Gilzine without scoring. Lovely delivery outside the off stump. Ransford Beaton has been good this season. He's picked up a couple of wickets along the way. He's been steady in his 37th match. And he has 77 first-class wickets so far on his belt. Nile Smith just picked up his 36th wicket in now his, 15th game. So he's got up to a nice start. Got a ball to jam back in from the middle stump. to Gilzine, who really had no answer for such a wonderful delivery from Niall Smith. There's been action already on day 2. And you look at the fact that Guyana Harpy Eagles only added 10 runs, 2 boundaries, and 2 extras, is it? Yes. This morning. 278, a little bit of a tricky total. I think they may have wanted about 325 up. That would have been better for the Eagles. Good runs to work away at. So they've got to be on the attack. They've got nothing to lose. They're leading the tables so far. This is rung number 4. And why not? Square them up on the middle and leg stump. And that ball went away towards Savory at point, no run. Good delivery. Beaton has got good pace. We know of his ability. He's age 30 now. He's had his ups and downs. But at the end of the day, I thought this season, John, he's bounced back very nicely. He's come back very nicely as one of the leading fast bowlers. He's had injury problems in his career coming through from youth level. He's had a bit of a back problem. I remember umpiring on the 15 tournament right here at the stadium, and he mentioned that to me. He was a young man then. And he said to me, he's got to work on the bottom half of his body. You need strong fast bowlers now, John. They don't run 15 miles anymore like Colin Croft, who did that in his time every day. And many other fast bowlers who were very strong in those years, in the 80s, the 70s. I don't know what's wrong with us finding quality fast bowlers for Test cricket now, but everyone seems to like bowling 4 overs in T20 cricket and maybe 10 in the 50 over, maybe 10 in the 50 over format. Beautiful delivery. Kept a bit low. It bounced in front of the keeper, Tevin Imlach. Good over comes to an end. Beaton has kept it tight. Niall Smith has picked up that early scalp. It's 10 for 1 after 3.
Good over from Runsford Beaton. Ace seamer for Guyana Harpy Eagles. So Nkrumah just being very watchful. 13 wickets before this match for Runsford Beaton. A best of 4 for 31 in the last game against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So he's been in the wickets column in every game this season. 2 against Barbados Pride, 5 against Windward Islands Volcanoes in Grenada, and 4 and 2, 6 against the TNT Red Force. So he's been serving well this season, the fast bowler. And Smith as well had a 5-4 in one of the earlier rounds. He will look to continue with his good work. Shamar Joseph, the other seamer with the 5-wicket haul, is out of the 11. He can wait for the senior players to come back. Lug now on strike to Smith. So Tevin Imlach is with the gloves. Wesley's 18 wicket keeper. We saw Anthony Bramble starting this season with the gloves, but in the last game against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, actually one burst through his gloves from Runsford Beaton and hit him in the face. Suffered 2 cuts over his left eye and below, and is out of the action since. Nice bounce and carry. But another sportsman being injured, not a good sign. But it was the pace and the extra bounce of Runsford Beaton that not only beat the batter at the time, but also beat the reverse cup of Anthony Bramble. Burst through the gloves and into his eyes, his left eye.
Very unfortunate indeed. Bramble has been one of the stalwarts in the Guyana Harpy Eagles side down through the years. He's been a good wicketkeeper. A bit wide of the off stump. He's got a good record as well. Not a bad record, no ball. signaled by umpire Shannon Crawford in his 11th first-class game. But you look at Tevin Imlach, he's been around for a while. He was the wicketkeeper in the Under-19 World Cup that when Hetmeyer won that cup and captained that side. So he has been around. I think he would want to say to himself, I want to do a really good, efficient job behind the stumps. Wicket-keeping duties are not easy at all. It's very tough, I can tell you. And when you've got to face someone like a Beaton with his pace, very unfortunate what happened to Anthony Bramble, but he's a strong lad, and he's going to bounce back. You can't look at the fact that he's not in the game. It's a bad miss maybe for the Harpy Eagles. I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is, here is Tevin Imlach. Grab your opportunity as a keeper now and show that you can perform well in this game. And even if you have to keep in the last game next week against the Leewards, tell yourself you're the top keeper now. Of course, Savory is a keeper as well. So it's not that the Harpy Eagles are short of wicket keepers. It's their skill, it's their talent. Shot, but hard into the ground, and then it bounced away to mid-on, where Moti is no run. Look at Leroy Lugg, for instance. John, is a young player, solidly built, strong man, but only in what? Is it his 8th first-class match? Averaging 22, 292 runs on this belt. You can add 4 to that. That's 296. Early days with a young man, but he seems to be a pugnacious, attacking sort of batter. Look at that. Loose shot outside the off stump. Flinging the ball high in the air is Tevin Imlach. With an optimistic appeal, not out, says the umpire. But I listened to the previous game here, and you just get the impression he wants to get on with things very quickly. He's not a young man who is going to stick around very long and get a patient 50 from 150 balls. If he gets to 50, it will be in quick time. And sometimes I'm appalled at what we're producing in terms of top batters in the Caribbean region. Yorker length, beautiful delivery into the leg stump. And he got it down to long leg where Beaton fields. That was well bowled. The thinking is excellent from Niall Smith. And as the over comes to an end, 12 for the loss of 1, 4 overs gone.
Another steady over coming to an end. Niall Smith, a no ball and a single in that over. But after that 5-wicket haul in the first game for Niall Smith against the Barbados Pride in Antigua and Barbuda, did not pick up more than 2 wickets in an innings. 1 for 52, 1 for 24, 1 for 44. So lots of work now on Ransford Beaton's shoulder. Not only he's getting wickets, but also in form.
Given Beaton's performance so far in this year's tournament, do you believe that there is a chance for him to just get back there in terms of West Indies cricket? Do you believe there is a chance for him?
So one thing we've seen already with Beaton, his pace is up. You can see that he's fit, bowling long spells and so on in previous matches. His batting, we saw him saving a game for the Guyana Harp Eagles. But we want to see him do it consistently with the ball. And that is what Cricket West Indies selectors are looking for. You don't want to have a fast bowler bowling fast in the first spell, does not have a second spell, nor a third, and so on. You don't want to see a fast bowler playing 3 out of 5 matches in a season and then breaking down. You want to see that he's fit enough. You want to see that he's maintaining his pace and has that ability to pick up wickets consistently. And Beaton has so far started on a good track. He has the experience. He's played international cricket already. So he knows what it is to get back to the top.
Driven, lovely shot, down the ground. And that's gone for 4. That's Leroy Luck for you.
As the on drive, one of the hardest shots in the cricket books. But he made it look so easy because it was a ball that was well pitched up, angled into the right-handed batter, and he just drove through the line. And it went away on this very fast outfield. So Beaton start, like I said, on the right track, and he knows what it is to get back to the top.
But that's the gaping wound in West Indies cricket. Our fast bowlers not being consistent, getting injured a lot, can't last a test series. It's a gaping wound in West Indies cricket for years now. And I'm personally, because I'm a cricket lover, I'm very concerned about West Indies cricket producing top quality test fast bowlers. We're lacking terribly here. I was going down the leg side, I would make it, and a little bit height as well. Optimistic appeal. But that's the problem, John, because we're talking about Niall Smith just now. You remember Niall Smith was on the radar maybe a couple of years ago. He was being looked at. And then what? Injury problems, as we have a look at that replay. Yeah, down the leg side. And then injury popped up with Niall Smith. Off the radar. But what you need from Niall Smith and Beaton and others is consistency. And you want to stay fit. I think that's the problem for fast bowling in our region in general. It's not a problem for the Guyana fast bowlers only. It's a problem in our entire cricket in the Caribbean. You have to find quality fast bowlers who want to play test cricket. Where are they? You've got some nice medium fast, getting some swing. I think the guy from Windwards bowled pretty well in the previous game. He got the ball to move. And you're finding again looking for a big shot through the leg side. They're going to come through for a run. Loud appeal from beating the players as the ball comes in. Back to by Pamal, leg by, signaled by umpire Nigel Duguid. Let's have a look at that. Way outside the leg stump. He was looking to swing that over mid-wicket. And but that's the problem with our cricket. Consistency, the name of the game. Even our batting department in West Indies Test cricket has not been very consistent. And consistency is a major problem. I don't know if it's all about the mindset of players these days and the fact that the game has evolved. You've got T20, a lot of white ball cricket being played. You don't know if young fast bowlers coming along in the region now want to bowl a lot of overs and play test cricket on a regular basis. We've got Alzari Joseph leading the flock, a young man, and then you've got Kimar Rhodes still in the team, adding his flavor to the team. John Ramsing has left. Clyde Butts has joined me on day 2, another good day for cricket. Good morning, Clyde.
Morning to you, Matthew. Morning to viewers wherever you are. Certainly it's a wonderful day here for cricket so far. And cricket has been good as well. There's been some good shots, there's been some shouts for LBW, and it has been some good, nice, fast bowling in good areas, and both batters out there are looking to survive this period because the ball is, especially from Beaton, is swinging a little inwards, and he's causing them some trouble.
.278 all out this morning. Smith going without scoring. And you look at Minley picking up 3 for 34, Shields 2 for 66, Green 2 for 43. 1 wicket apiece for Gordon, Mansing and Blackwood. But they've all chipped in nicely. I thought the Scorpions did pretty well to finish this innings today. Ball in! Nkrumah Bonner. Quick delivery, came back into him and knocked, that's the leg stump, out of the ground. And Bonner has gone for 4, and now the Guyana Harpy Eagles on the hunt for wickets here. They've got the Scorpions on the back foot, Clyde. It's 18 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, it was a delivery that was pitched just on off stump. I don't think it did that much. It just held its own, and Bun actually played down the wrong line to the delivery. We didn't get across. He just stood there. Yes, it may have kept a little low in his mind, but you've got to cover your stumps. At the end of the day, you have to cover your stump. And he just played down the wrong line. He was looking at it for bounce much higher than it actually did, and it cannoned into the off stump. So Bonner is gone, and the Eagles certainly striking well this morning. Got 2 wickets, 18 runs on the board. They'll be very happy.
Brilliant piece of bowling from Niall Smith. And that's the thing, when you get close to the stumps as a fast bowler, you give yourself a chance to get swing, to be dead on target. And he's been good. He's removed Gilzine for a duck, 5 for 1, and now Bonner, the test player, gone for 4. 18 for 2. Out comes the captain, Jermaine Blackwood. And a lot will depend on the skipper. He will want to perform, if anything, close to the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain. 150 not out. If he gets to half of that, he will be saying to himself, well, I can go on and get a big score. But Blackwood is out there now, the other test player in the side. The only other test player in the side would be the fast bowler, Minley, who would have bowled 2 overs against Australia in that series.
Edging, force ball, gone, caught at force slip. A delivery that was pitched on or about the off stump. This time it bounced a little. He was looking to play across the line, looking to hit up to mid-on, got the edge, flew to force slip, and Leon Johnson took a good catch going to his left. But this is good stuff from Smith, bowling in that good channel, bowling in good areas, and making the batsman play. When you've got a new ball in your hand, that's what you need to do. Good line, good length, making the batsman play. This time, edging to force slip. Blackwood's gone, force ball.
What a catch too from Johnson, moving to his left quickly. Good reflex action, the ball came quick to him. And the Scorpions captain has gone back first ball without scoring. That's disaster for the Scorpions here at Providence. Paul Palmer, who would have captained the team in the absence of Jermaine Blackwood, comes out to do battle the left-hander. But 3 quick strikes and all 3 wickets to Niall Smith. He's kept the ball on a good line, good length, little bit of movement, and that one was a beauty. So Blackwood caught Johnson, bowled Smith for a duck. It's now 18 for 3.
Palmer has just survived an hat-trick. Good delivery again. Just probably pitching just slightly outside leg stump. Certainly worrying the batsman. Good, tight bowling by Niall Smith. Not giving the batsman any sort of room. Bowling that slightly back of a length. the length that we have seen over the years that causes our young batsmen, especially Western young batsmen, a lot of trouble. And he's hit that length and he's bowling it well, even though the ball may not be deviating a lot. But that uncertainty in terms of length, that's where he's hitting at the moment. Gotten his man again this time. Pitching up, he's coming forward, edges it. Out, gone. So, Niall Smith is on fire. He's on fire. This time, this one was pitched up. He was coming on the front foot. It went with the angle across the left-hander, coming forward, got the edge, caught. Leon Johnson, low down, straight in front of him. Easy picking for Leon Johnson. Those are good catch, good dismissal, good delivery, well bowled again.
And that's the brilliance of red ball cricket for you. That's the brilliance of red ball cricket. That's how exciting it gets. So Niall Smith has picked up 3 wickets, missed out on the hat trick when Palmer barely survived the previous delivery, and now Johnston's picked up another catch. The captain giving his bowler the support that he needs. He's on fire, Niall Smith. His line has been good, his length has been good, and he's been rewarded with 4. The first 4 wickets have fallen, and this is what you call excellent bowling. We were talking about him. He was on the radar a couple of years ago with his pace and being accurate. Then injury struck, had his injury problems, off the radar a bit. Now this season he's showing that he's going to be steady. And at home, he's done the work so far for the Harpy Eagles. 18 for 4, you couldn't ask for a better position to be in. Knowing that you scored 278, maybe looking for about 300 plus. It wasn't to be, but Leon Johnson, being that smart captain, knows how to read the game well and how to defend such totals. Good spell for Smith. 18 for 4, 6 overs completed. Unbeaten continues from the southern end. Turned away into the leg side for 2 runs by Leroy Logg. Abhijay Mansingh joins him out in the middle. 1 maiden to beaten. 16 dot balls. But what a start for the Harpy Eagles.
I like the change of feel here by Leon Johnson. He was previously deliveries were bowling to a 7-2 field. Now he's brought that man over to mid-wicket, stop that single. I think that's a good move when you look and see what's happening with the pitch. You have to bowl fairly straight. There's no great bounce and pace in this pitch, and you have to try and bowl fairly straight. Plus, he is getting a little in duckers to go. This time he's pitching it, over-pitching, and Logg, equal to the task, punishes him over mid-on. 4 more runs to Leroy Logg. And that's the thing with Logg. If you're going to pitch the ball up to him, he's going to go after you. Your length, you have to bowl at good length. Pull that length back, force him to defend. Once it's up, he's going to go hard at you.
The second boundary, his first boundary was a beauty, one down the ground that was pitched up in the slot, and he drove it nicely down the ground for 4. And this one went into the mid-wicket area. In fact, his third boundary, he's on to 16 now. He's faced 23 balls. But the perfect start for the Harpy Eagles with ball in hand. Caught behind. Leroy Logg, after 3 boundaries in 23 balls. He's gone for 16 from 24 balls. A beauty of a delivery and caught behind, gone for 16, and further trouble for the Scorpions. They're 24 for 4.
Again, that length. I think that's the length that you need to bowl. That length is very important. That back of the length, just slightly short of a length, looking to defend a delivery that held its own. Actually, hit and just straightened nicely. Lug was looking to push on the offside, got the edge, straightforward catch to the wicketkeeper, and the Scorpions in further trouble. But well bowled again, just taking that length away. And he's got his rewards. Good morning to you. In the Jeet, how are you this morning?
Good morning, Clydie. I am good. Never expected this. 24 for the loss of 5. Yes, I expected the Guyana speedsters to come in, hit the right spots, but didn't expect Jamaica to find themselves at 24 for the loss of 5. Brilliant bowling.
Yes, it is. It is brilliant bowling. I think the length that they're bowling is so important. And when I sat here and saw Jamaica bowl yesterday, I thought they bowled a little too many half volleys. Beaton this morning has bowled a few of those as well, and you see what happens when he bowls them, they go to the boundary. But when you bowl that back of the length, most Caribbean batsmen tend to struggle.
Aldane Thomas, the new bat out in the middle. Wow, beat outside the line.
And
of
he's
the
gone.
stump. Yes,
He's gone.
gone. Caught behind. What is happening here, Jamaica? Well, they're in serious trouble here. Somebody please begin to tick away at the computers and find what's the lowest score in the history of regional 4-day cricket. This is not looking good. And once again, I think this has nothing to do with the batter. Clyde, describe this ball.
Well, this is good delivery again, just slightly short of a length, pitch, leg cut, got the edge, caught behind. That's the length. Again, I would stress, that's the length you need to bowl. You've got a new batsman in, bowl that length, he has to play, and once he has to play, you've got a chance. And I think Beaton, in his previous over, was getting the ball to induck a little. Now he's starting to get the ball to just go in the opposite direction, and he's got his reward. So 24 for 6. Remember Guyana once was bowled out for 41 in Jamaica, by Jamaica, so maybe this could be it.
Yes, I know Clydie will remember that match very, very well. Was it in 1983 or 84?
85.
85.
1985.
Yes, so Beaton is on a hat-trick here too, as Dorval Green walks out in the middle. Now, we all know that he's a very, very good all-rounder. Now, this is going to be very difficult to stop Beaton and Smith. Smith was on a hat-trick. That was averted. Now Beaton is on one.
Beaton is on a hat-trick now. Let's see what's going to happen. Certainly got his tail up.
Yes,
Bowling.
wow.
They're bowling well in tandem here. They're bowling the lengths that you like to see fast bowlers bowl. A length where it forces the batsman to just come on the front foot and to defend.
Jamaica Scorpions, they are known for their fighting spirit in Jamaica, overcome so many problems in their life, that nation. So they're a strong nation. 24 for the loss of 6. They have to show character here in every sense of the word. Runs for Beaton, 2 for 14 in his 4th over. And let's see, he's on his way for a hat-trick, bowling to Dorval Green. 5 slips. And this one squared him up. Gets off the face of the bat, will run down towards the third man boundary. So he has just broken the ice there a little.
That's the length again, as you see the batsman very uncertain on what to do, whether to come on the front foot. He's actually looking to walk into that delivery. Got the outer half of the bat and went probably where a second gully would have been down to third man, 4 runs. But good bowling, good tight stuff, good gripping stuff here at the National Stadium.
And I
You
can't
know,
recall, Clydie, when last you saw 5 men in that slip cordon.
I know this is the kind of cricket that needs people in the stand, needs a sort of support now.
See that.
And they're giving you that.
There's a shout for leg before there. And just going down the leg side. But here you see Dorval Green trying to negate the ball outside the line of the off stump, moving away. The over's been completed, a successful one by Beaton, 28 for the loss of 6.
Well, you got an edge to that one as well. So maybe, that's why the umpire didn't come. But certainly was a good delivery again. Yeah, no, and look at that scorecard. It's a sorry scorecard. I tell you. 29-6 in the 7th over. You don't normally see that. It's not a lot.
Not at all. And before you can go to the restaurant in Jamaica and order your curry goat to sit down and watch the cricket, you'll find that Jamaica 29 for the loss of 6 in the 7th over. Beaten 2 for 19 and Smith 4 for 8 from 3 overs. So we are seeing these two fast men in tandem creating a whole world of problem for the Jamaica Scorpions. Down the leg side, and that's going to run away towards the boundary. We'll await any signal coming from the umpire, leg buys. So he got some pad onto that one.
I think what Green is trying to do is actually trying to negate that swing or any swing in there and looking to walk down the track to the bowlers, probably trying to say, I need to just get down, get out a little bit more to them, try to upset them, or try to make them think about a different length to bowl.
Yes, so we have seen good pace, good bounce from the track when they get them into that corridor. Excellent bowling we are seeing here from the Guyana Harpy Eagles this morning. No ball signal by the umpire, so just transgressing again. But he's going to be mindful, Dorval Green, when Smith gets it on the right length and the line is good, there's going to be a lot of trouble. So they must be talking to each other. Abhijay Mansingh, he himself a young man, just started his career this season. Dorval Green, the seasoned campaigner, he's been there for quite a number of years, very handy with the bat. So there's still some hope for the Jamaica Scorpions. Does Guyana Harpy Eagle has the killer instinct? We shall see. It's a lovely looking drive out through the covers and away to the boundary for 4. And Clyde, once again, like you said, Green taking a few chips down the track.
Yeah, I think the length again, though, this time it was full. And as we've seen with batsmen on both sides, once they get to that full half volley, they're gonna look to hit you and hit you back pass you or drive you through the covers or whatever the case might be. But I guess with Smith there, you was thinking, try and bowl full and straight. Try and go for the Yorker. He's looking to do a lot of movements, and if I could get that Yorker right. He didn't. Pay the penalty. Nothing wrong with giving away 4 runs to take a wicket.
Absolutely nothing wrong. So he has to be careful, though, how he's stepping out and coming. Because he's a fast bowler. And fast
But they've gone to 38. Guyana was bowled out for 41.
So true. So that's not going to happen here. Revenge is not going to be taken. And then I think it was Patterson and Courtney Walsh was holding in that bowling lineup too. Beaten outside the off stump with a beauty, too good to get a wicket.
Yes, Holding was in that lineup too. Patterson, Courtney Walsh, Holding, and a man named Aaron Daly. And I think the other person may have been Robert Haynes, but he probably didn't get a ball. I don't think he saw the ball in the first innings.
Tidy, let me get this from you. You sitting in the players' pavilion, padded up, maybe bat in hand. You saw what Patterson was doing out in the middle, and then you had to walk out the bat. Just tell us after this delivery, what was the feeling like?
Scary. One single
One word.
Scary. It's funny because in those days, used to play the one-day game before, let's say on a Wednesday, and then the 4-day would start on a Friday. And in the one-day game, we were in trouble as well. You know, and I'm not giving you anything hint here, but somebody went out and made some runs in the low order. So we ended up getting to 100, and I think it was about 40 or thereabouts. Ray Joseph, I remember him as I was thinking about it the other day.
And Green is going to get runs here through the onside. In fact, that's, yes, Dorval Green. So he's looked the part, just beaten once outside the line of the off stump.
I remember Ray Joseph, all he was doing is getting in the middle, and the ball was passing him to the left and to the right, and he just kept that bat in the middle of the air. But, so when it came to the 4-day, we probably were about 19 odd for 7 or 8. When I walked out, first ball, Patrick Patterson bowled to me. I hit him for a 4, and I think it was the end of the over, Walsh bowling over, and then Pato came back and he bowled to Roger Harper. And I went to Roger and I said, Raj, you was captain as well. I said, I can hold on with you, you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry, I'd hold for you.
Nicely turned off through the onside, down towards the backward square position.
And in 1 over, the score went from like 21 to about 38 for the loss of Roger Harper's wicket as well, because Patterson started to bowl him short, and we used to call him the happy hooker in those days. He used to love to hook 4, hook 6, hook 4. Then Patterson said, "Wrong the wicket umps." And when Roger Harper was picking up his bat to hook, it was the ball and him in front of the face. And Michael Holden had slip had to jump, take the catch. That was it. That was it. But I tell you what, I've never seen anybody bowl as fast as that.
Patrick Patterson, I remember as a youngster, Clyde, we were glued to our radio and could not believe what was happening to a very, very strong Guyana team.
Mind you, Patrick Patterson, I was never bothered by him. Courtney Walsh was the one who bothered me. Even though he would have been slower, but he was the one. Because his action was like all kind of things.
Very high. And
But that was a very good bowling attack. That was an excellent bowling attack. 4 top-class fast bowlers. And when you thought that Aaron Daly was slow, because he came from a shorter run, but tell you what, he was as slippery as the lot.
What was the discussion like after that happened in the dressing room?
Discussion?
Oh, there wasn't any.
Clive was actually our manager. In those days, I never used to put on a helmet. And I was going to go out without a helmet. And he said, "There's no way you're going out there without a helmet. You got to put it on." I said, "Wow."
Yes. Mansingh is going to get a single here now into the offside field as Beaton continues to look the ball full-length delivery.
It was scary, though, because the next week, the Leeward Islands went with Viv Richards and co., and they were 39 for 9.
I remember that. Yeah, that attack then by Jamaica was a ferocious one. And those guys didn't only fight the war on the ground, they had aerial battle going on. Bumpers getting into the body of the batters. That fear in itself was never easy. That was an ambitious shot.
I don't think I've ever seen pace like that again, anywhere. And bounce. The pitch, I wouldn't say the pitch was probably the greatest of pitches, but, because I remember Andrew Light playing forward, the forced delivery, and getting caught on the third man boundary in the one-day game, so that alone was scary. I don't know if I should tell this story, but there was a young man making his debut for Guyana. And I remember going in the shower in the one-day game and coming out, and he was sitting there, and he was like,
Yes, and if you listening, you wanted to know, when Clyde said he was like, the 2 legs were pumping like piston in his seat.
And he was like, pace by pace, this is the big cricket you always talk about. This is the big cricket. I don't think he played cricket when he came back from that tour. I don't think he's ever played cricket again.
Yes, well, secretly we're going to have his name, or we check back the record books to see exactly who was that fella. But I could understand, I mean, a youngster sitting in the dressing room, watching and see what's happening outside. You know, men bowling deliveries that can definitely kill you.
I think it was definitely unfair for a debutant to watch what was going on. They had to have a big heart, big mind. And Guyana nearly won that game, so.
What happened in the second innings?
We got about, they were chasing about 115 or something like that in the second innings, and they were 90. For 7, somebody played forward. Everybody thought he was out, caught at bad pad. He himself thought he was out. He said the umpire blind.
But he did not walk.
Of course not, at that stage.
So the final delivery coming up in this beaten's over. And there was Green walking down the track and peppered with a short one. Well bowled by Beaton. Got it somewhere in the body. 41 for the loss of 6.
That's good stuff again by Beaton. Not bowling the ball up, keeping that length of uncertainty for the batsman. Yes, so that was it though. Generally, that was. And they actually end up getting the runs. But at the time was Courtney Walsh and Patrick Patterson to come. And we know they couldn't hold a bat those days. I'm sure Courtney would agree with me. You could have been gone first ball.
Yes, so no threat of rain whatsoever. We're seeing some dark gray clouds there with a mixture of white ones too. But they are just hovering not too far away from the ground. But it's not heavy black, so you can expect rain. The players are going to refresh themselves as the refreshment goes out. We're going to take a little break here. 41 for the loss of 6. So the players are back in their positions and they will continue after the little water break. Jamaica real struggling, 41 for the loss of 6, 9 overs sent down. Log went back for 16. Gilzine didn't score. Bonner made 4. Blackwood Palmer didn't score as well. Mansing is still batting. There is on 2. Aldane Thomas gone back, didn't score. So 4 men back in the pavilion without troubling the scorers. And Dorval Green is on 10. And the Jamaican Scorpion, they're looking to put together a partnership here. And that's after the Harpy Eagles made 278. Took Jamaica Scorpion 10 balls this morning to pick up that 1 wicket.
And just goes to show how important that 150 by Leon Johnson is in the context of the game. You look at that and you take away the rest of the scores. Yes, Hemlock got 46, and I think that partnership changed the game. And I'm sure Jamaica would be thinking, well, the Guyana and Harpy Eagles had that big partnership. We still got a chance. Dorval Green is out there. You know what it's like. We saw Mansing in the last game batting and batting pretty long. So that's what they need now. But they need also to keep turning over the strike, like they've been doing.
Smith just beginning to stray and spraying it down the leg side.
I think Dorval Green is maybe getting into his head at the moment. What he needs to do is to just go back to what he was doing before. I think Dorval Green, by walking into him, he may be thinking, this man is thinking that I'm a slow bowler, so he's coming down. So you lose your focus a little. I think that's what is happening here at the moment to Smith. He just needs to go back into that nice corridor that he was bowling earlier on.
Tight line and length, just back of a length outside the line of the off stump and moving it away. There is where he got his success. Men being bowled or caught in the slips. And Green was prepared for that one. Turned it down the leg side. He's going to pick up another single. And yet again,
leg by.
Yes, leg by. And Clyde, I was telling John this morning, if you want to measure the value of Johnson's innings, just look at the top 3 for the Harpy Eagles. They just made 2 runs. And the last 4 down there, just 19 runs.
That's what I'm saying. You look at that innings, and of course you have to give Hemlock some credit. That partnership.
Absolutely so.
The partnership of the game so far is a massive difference in this game.
But why is he spraying it so wide down the leg side?
Maybe he's just trying a little too hard at the moment. He just needs to go back to his rhythm, get that off stump line going. You've got 3 slips there supporting you. Just get back to that off stump line. Don't try too hard. Bowl what you were doing before. Maybe he's tiring a little as well. 4.5 overs.
Well, his skipper is giving him all the opportunities because the skipper needs another wicket and Smith needs another wicket to get a 5-wicket haul here. And with just 2 fast men in the Guyana Harpy Eagles camp, wrapped on the pad, there's shout for leg before. But yet again, I think that's a good decision by the umpire, going forward down the leg side, not given. So with these 2, and then we have the spinners to come, Green and Mansing. Just look at that one on the replay.
Going in a little, coming on the front foot. And that's the other thing with Smith here. All of a sudden, he's getting the ball to in-swing. And maybe that's where he's struggling a little as well. Just need to control, nothing to go back on the outside off stump that he was before.
Has it to do with anything, the way he's putting those fingers between the seam? A much better delivery, tight on line there. 43 for the loss of 6, 10 overs gone.
Thing here as well with Harpy Eagles, that earlier on in the season there were always 3 seamers in the team, but in this game there's only 2. Moti is back, so obviously Moti had to play. Pomal is there, and Sinclair, who has performed exceptionally this season. So you find yourself with only 2 seamers. And the seamers have been very successful in this game. And they've been successful throughout. Because Joseph, the other fast bowler, has gotten a 5-wicket haul as well this season. He's unlucky to be on the bench. But these things do happen.
And I think Guyana is in a good place as far as the fast bowling department is concerned. Because you look at the display of runs for Beaton and Niall Smith here. That's top-class performance. And look at your reserve that you have here now. Shamar Joseph, who I thought have done pretty well. Not a pacey bowler, but does swing the ball. Has been successful. And there's also Kimo Paul, who has gone off to IPL. So in the fast bowling department, well, that was well bowled by Beaton. Saw his man coming down there, Clydie, and just dropping it short.
Well, I think what happened there, he took it a little wider from the batsman. I'm not sure it was short, but he took it a little wider and hold that length, inviting him to go and to look to hit him through the offside. Yeah, it had the good length, but just a little wider. And you, as we say, Green is not going to just hang around and just push. Once it's there in his half, he'll look to score. He's going to look to score.
Yes, and if Beaton just can get that extra energy, maybe give him a bumper on the body, and then the one short of a length. And here is Green talking to Beaton, a broad smile. These exchanges makes this game so beautiful.
I think what's happening there is that Green is a competitor. And this attitude probably makes him concentrate harder. So he's just ensuring that he let the ball, oh yeah, you've bowled a good ball, but I'm still here. I'm still here, I'm still concentrating, I'm still going to be looking to score off of you.
Yes, and maybe saying to Beaton, don't look at me, go back, take the ball and come again. Loud shout for leg before. They're screaming the appeal, especially Beaton. The umpires are going to have none of it.
But that must have been very close indeed, because he wasn't coming on the front foot this time. He was just probably going across it. Yes, there was that big inward movement, and we'll just have to wait and see what really happened there. But that must have been very close indeed. Oh, that was very close. That actually leg cut. As it hit pitch, it leg cut. Must have been very close to that off stump.
Well, the umpire is the boss. Nigel Duguid says he's not out, and Green lives to fight another day. Beaten outside the line of the off stump there, and there was the keeper trying to get the ball onto the stumps with Green hustling to get back there. What competitive cricket we are watching at the moment.
Well, this is top-class fast bowling. Previous delivery, leg cut. This time, leg quicker, fuller. And went very close to the edge again from Beaton as the batsman was walking down the pitch. As you can see, that leg cut again. Did that carry to the keeper, or did it drop just in front?
No, it did carry to the keeper.
That was a very good delivery again from Ransford Beaton. And he's getting the ball to the leg cut.
And that's good to see. So many times you see them just having their away swinger. But both these guys, Smith and Beaton, they're moving it either way. So 11 overs gone. 43 for the loss of 6, the Scorpions. As you can see, Johnson 150, Imlach 46, Anderson 36, Minley 3 for 34, Shields 2 for 66, Green 2 for 43. That's in the first innings.
Scorpions in reply, 44 for 6, Lug 16, Green 11, Niall Smith 4 wickets, and Beaton 2.
So that's the story of the morning so far. And if we were to judge what has transpired out in the middle, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they have won the battle so far this morning. Thought Jamaica did well in getting Smith earlier on so that you see the back of the Harpy Eagles team. But their venture out in the middle has been met with some fine fast bowling. In the air, and just a half-hearted appeal off the pad. And Clyde, it seems as though Green has made up his mind He's not going to be riveted in the crease. He's going to ensure he take a step or two to play the faster men.
Well, he has worked his thing out. He has decided, I'm not going to just stand in my crease and look to block. I'm going to look to move around the crease, come out as well, to just upset the bowlers a little. And I think he is doing a good job, because Beaton, for example, I could see that little frustration, because he's had him close to getting him a couple of times, and you could see that little frustration just stepping in. And Smith has started to bowl back that good length again, last delivery being a no ball. But that length again, we see him going back to that length, bowling in good areas. The ball is off cutting. So one is off cutting and one is leg cutting. It's good stuff. Great stuff from the pair of fast bowlers.
Absolutely so. So Green is on his knees, maybe just fixing the pad whatsoever. And I think, did the ball cannon down towards the abdomen area?
Somewhere, I think, in his groin, he probably got hit because it bounced a little and it's off cut. Got hit in that area.
Yes, sir. So I've had a little lull in play there. Green wants to ensure he gets that little treatment.
And I'm sure if I'm the Harpy Eagles captain, I would say, this is good for me, because my fast bowlers are catching a little bit of a rest. They can have a drink. They can recuperate to go another extra over. So nothing wrong with this.
Because definitely in the mind of Leon Johnson there, if Niall Smith might not get this next wicket for his 5-wicket haul, he might just decide to have a little bowling change. But I guess in talking to his faster men, consultation will take place, whether they have the energy, just give me one last burst at the moment. But how well he and Beaton has bowled this morning, full marks to them. So all seems to be well with Dorval Green. And this very tough Jamaican, a fine player over the years, he, along with the young Mansingh, will have to dig deep in their reserves to take Jamaica out of the situation that they have found themselves. So, Smith continues. That's another good delivery, right on target. And not coming off the bat with the confidence that the batter wants. Just running off as he pushed the bat forward down towards short cover. So, and Johnson has dispelled with the 5 slips that he had previously. He's now employing 3 of them. So that's a little moral victory for this pair at the wicket. Once again, straight down the leg side there, Niall Smith.
Well knocked down at forward short leg as well. That saved a couple of runs maybe. Or there's a backward square, at least saving 1 run.
That's Matthew Nandu in that position at forward short leg. You have to be brave to field in those positions.
You have to trust your bowlers.
Trust the bowlers.
Trust the bowlers.
No fear, trust the bowlers. Like you would have enjoyed Clayton Lambert feeling in that position, and Fawad Bacchus as well. You played with those guys.
That's another no ball again. Smith. Yeah, certainly. I played a little bit Bacchus, yes. But Clayton Lambert, I think, was the best. And it's funny this, because Clayton Lambert field forward short leg. But asked him to go over on the other side to field silly point. He was very uncomfortable, didn't like it. But put Roger Harper at silly point. He was just as good as anybody I've seen. But put him, and he could not field short leg either. So it was very strange with those 2 guys.
Yes, Roger.
I remember the Bajans used to say, God, again, them 2 men in the face.
We can imagine that. Beat outside the line of the off stump. Brilliant delivery. That's the line where he got his wickets from, Niall Smith, just outside the line of the off stump. What was Lambert very chirpy to the batters in that position at forward short leg?
No, I don't think he was. I think just standing there used to be enough for a lot of players. A lot of players.
I remember Roger Harper against England to his own bowling. He actually run out Graham Gooch, smashing the ball back to him, picked it up and smashed the stumps. It was one of the best the world has ever seen as far as fielding is concerned. Off the back foot goes Mansingh, stroking it away, out through the covers. Will it reach the boundary? Beats the fielder, and that's 4 good-looking runs to the Jamaican.
Was that another no ball again? Yeah, another no ball from Niall Smith. So he's really getting problems with no balls. Maybe he's tiring a little as well and looking for that extra bit of energy. And that tends to happen. And these are the times as well when injuries happen. As a fast bowler, when they're trying to overstretch, trying to do that little bit extra, your body sometimes cannot take that little extra. So I think this may well be his last over for now.
Yes, the signs are there, and I don't think that Johnson will try to overwork him. He does not want Smith to get injured at this time. Seeing Guyana still have one more match to play, and that's against the Leeward starting next Wednesday. His farewell match, Leon Johnson, he wants to have all his soldiers in the bag.
Sure that's going to be his farewell match?
Well, we're quoting him. We're quoting him.
But there's always been people that has changed
Yes,
their minds.
that is so true.
Or maybe his mind will be changed for him.
You never know, Clyde. We're dealing with the human mind that fluctuates based on situations. He said he's going to enter the field. Well, he is already in the field of business, and it's difficult to, spend time with his business, his investment, and to keep himself physically fit for these kinds of cricket. But I guess maybe some influential people around him, you never know what could happen. Good shot here for the single by Mansingh.
And he's got a couple little ones at home as well. I'm
That's
sure
right.
would be a handful. I actually saw him at a sports the other day where his child was running at Everest. It was nice to see the sort of support that was being
Great.
given to his son.
53 for the loss of 6, 12 overs gone. Maybe to bring some luck to the Jamaicans. Clyde will be joined by Pastor Matthew Kisoon.
Are you sure it's some luck or he's going to come and take some wickets?
Yeah, it's been an interesting morning's play so far. When last have we seen such good fast bowling? Dead on target, good lines, good lengths from both Beaton and Niall Smith. When last have we seen such good quality fast bowling, even in West Indies cricket, in terms of Test cricket? So it's very interesting that to get 6 wickets quickly from your 2 fast bowlers, the other bowlers are spinners in the team, says a lot about Leon Johnson's experience and judgment as well, reading the game well, what he's done over the years as a leader of this team. On the other hand, Mansingh has played well so far, not out 7, 1 boundary on this belt. He's in his 4th first-class match. He's got a high score of 62, and you look at his average in the early part of his career, seems to be a bit of an all-rounder. He's averaging, 39? I make it 39.2, 196 runs before this match. So probably a promising play in the making. He's 25 years old, right-handed batter. That's played out to point. But I couldn't help listen to what you and Inderjeet were talking about early on about the Jamaican fast bowlers and the work they did in those years when you played, Clyde. Very admirable days of cricket, awesome days of cricket. We can get back to those days, can we not?
Maybe we can. It takes a lot of work. And the thing is, for me, it's hard to get back to that day. That was a super team, you know. We have to be very careful when we want to judge our teams coming through now with that 80s, late 70s, 80s team. It's not easy. They had some great players. When you look at that team, there were some great players in that setup, and it's not easy to produce players of that quality and to play that quality of cricket every day.
That's well played by Man Singh, up on his toes, guiding the ball away to point for a single. But shouldn't it be said that from generation to generation, you should get better overall in life? Generations to come along the way should be improving on what generations would have done before.
Is that so? Is that would be an exceptional standard to continue to get better? That would be. I don't think you could get better than that, Matthew. I think that was our peak. But do we want? I don't think we will. Maybe not in my lifetime see a West Indies team like that again. Maybe they'll get good. They'll be a good team, a brilliant team. But to really, when you set that standard and then you ask players following to set that standard, you're asking them a lot. You're asking a lot. And I don't think that would be easy. And this has been proven. Look at that Australia team in the 90s or just after with Ricky Ponting, Steve Waugh, and those guys as captain and so on. You think Australia would get back to that stage as well? It's not going to be easy. It's not. I mean, what I like about Australia is their bounceability. They are the team of world cricket that bounce back quickly than any other team that you can think about. They're consistently at there and thereabouts in terms of the top teams in the world cricket. And I think that's the difference with them and probably the rest of the world.
54 for 6, 13 overs gone. 14 extras, so the Harpy Eagles have given away quite a bit of extras here. 8 leg byes and 6 no balls. No ball problems to Niles Smith. But he picked up the first 4 wickets to have fallen as Veersamy Permaul comes into the attack now. And we know about Permaul. We know what he has done. Leading wicket taker now. Surpassing Nikita Miller. And look, he's been the workhorse for the Amazon Warriors, then now Harpy Eagles over the years. He's played some test cricket for the West Indies. Probably would have wanted to play some more test cricket as well. Bowling from the north end to Man Singh. Caught, is he? Gone. Catch taken at cover. Second delivery from Veersamy Permaul. He's picked up another scalp.
We'll have to weather that storm with fast bowling. You weathered it well. This Permaul just comes on, second delivery, giving it some flight, looking to drive through the offside. Got the outer half of the bat and just went for a very simple cut and slip. Sometimes when the bowling change comes, you tend to relax. And I think that's just what happened to young Man Singh there. Just relaxing a little, probably telling himself, look, I've weathered the storm of the fast bowlers who were bowling so well. Just relaxing. He goes. Caught at cover. Really loose bit of cricket, though. Once you've weathered that storm, you have to tighten that grip and decide, I'm going to stay here for the rest of this day, or lunch is just around the corner, back to lunch and come after lunch and see what happens.
O.J. Shields, the new man out, the fast bowler. So it's been a brilliant morning for the Harpy Eagles. After getting up to 278, all out 88.1 overs, it took just 10 balls to end the innings this morning. 2 boundaries and 2 leg byes. Johnson getting up to 150 not out, 18 fours, 254 balls, 344 minutes with 25 extras. And the last 6 wickets going down for the addition of 127 runs.
Very interesting. 54 for 7. Still 224 behind. Would the Harpy Eagles enforce the follow-on if they bowl them out for less than, 78 they have to get? 78? Very interesting. Or 76, whatever it is. But supposing they bowl out for less than that, they have their 200 lead. Would they enforce the follow-on? That's a good question to ask at the moment.
I think they should.
I don't think they should. When my 2 fast bowlers has just bowled this long and then to ask them to go and bowl again immediately after with a new ball, I think that's a lot of pressure.
That's smashed into the leg side, and that's gone for 4. That Shields getting himself off the mark to Pamal. Let's have a look at the replay. On the leg stump, smashed into the mid-wicket area, picks up a boundary just below the red stand, gets himself off the mark.
If you look at this match and the pattern, the new ball has been very important. And do you want your 2 premier fast bowlers tired and to come with a new ball in this, immediately after they've had this long spell? I don't think so. I certainly don't think so.
14 overs gone, 58 for 7. We're heading up towards lunch, just about 15 or 60 minutes left for the first session to be completed. You look at that scoreboard. Palmer North, Blackwood a duck, Luck 16, Bonner 4, Mansing 8, Thomas a duck, Gilzine also no score. You're looking at 4 ducks there. And wickets going down at 5, 18, 18, 18. So 3 wickets falling at 18 in Bonner, Blackwood, and Palmer. 3 of your top batters in the Jamaica side, Scorpion side. And then Log, who got 3 fours in his 16, went at number 5. The 5th wicket to fall. And remember, Niall Smith was on a hat trick, avorted by Palmer, and Beaton also was on a hat trick. So both fast bowlers have done well, exceptionally well for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Then Thomas went with the score 24 as well. Moti will come into the attack in his 39th match. He's got 139 first-class wickets on his belt to date. He's in the test side as well for the West Indies, and he hasn't done that badly so far. Bowling from the commentary box and the south end of the ground, and brings Green forward. Clyde Butts is left. Very interesting time between the Jeet and those discussions on the awesome period of cricket in those years. Banged away down to long off the back foot by Dorval Green. He gets, his 13th run now? 2 boundaries in his knock. I thought his counter-attack was good to the fast bowlers. Dorval Green just walking down the track, trying to throw them off the line and length. And he's a fighter, good cricketer all around. And he's showing some resistance. Swung away through the mid-wicket area. Dropped by Pamal. 2/3 of the way to the boundary. That was a dolly. He should have taken that. We'll have a look at the replay. John Ramsing has joined me. John, good day. That was a dolly.
Good day again. Chance going to beg in. Trap set. Shields going for the big shot. Not getting the connection he was looking for. And the fielder flooring a catch. So Moti denied in his very first over. That counter attack you spoke about, I like it indeed from Darvel Green. And I saw him previously right here at Providence, trying to get runs, hitting himself and team out of some troubles, and really doing well previously. So I guess he was looking at what worked for him previously and trying to go again. Moti denied in his first over, but 2 singles, 16 over 7.
But for a bowling all-round, I don't think his batting average is that bad as well. I think he's averaging, what, about 17 or so thereabouts. I might be wrong. But, yes, Moti denied a wicket in his first over from his third delivery. Pamal 1 for 4 will continue.
Anxious moments now again for Jamaica Scorpions because they're going to lunch now. Can they safeguard their wickets now heading to lunch? Maybe have a discussion and a change of plans. Come back after lunch and try to keep out the Guyana Harpy Eagles for as long as possible, getting as many as possible runs. But at the moment, it's all Harpy Eagles.
Well, they've only got Mindley and Gordon to come, the 2 fast bowlers. Not know too much about O.J. Shields with his batting, but we'll have to wait and see.
But we're seeing him playing some shots. I think he's prepared to fight the fight with Darvel Green. Green, like you mentioned, showing some abilities, raising his stocks as an all-rounder, Darvel Green. Pretty much like Odin Smith, fellow Jamaican, who's with the West Indies white ball side in South Africa.
Some of the regional teams have had some good fighting cricketers down through the years who have been steady for them. People like Kevin Stout for Barbados, pushed away into the offside, quick single taken by Shields. You remember Kevin Stout? Good fighting cricketer for Barbados. He's been around their cricket for a while too. But they've produced, a couple of good guys who've steadied the ship down through the years for the various sides. And so Darvel Green is one such cricketer for Jamaica. He's been there, he gives you his best. He will give you 100%. That's the thing about him. He's on 13 from 30 balls. Drives back to Pamal. The top scorer in the innings is Leroy Locke so far with 16. He's the second best, and he's a bowling all-rounder. The over comes to an end, 61 for 7.
Eight wickets in the session, the first session on day number 2. Niall Smith cleaned up this morning by Marquino Mindley. And now 7 Jamaica Scorpions wickets going down. So just 71 runs for 8 wickets this morning. I don't think Providence track is that bad for batting. It's bad shot selections and extremely good fast bowling from Beaton Smith. And then this morning we saw Mindley wrapping up very early. So the track is assisting the faster bowlers, Matthew. So Moti and Pamal will have to work hard for their wickets. Already Pamal getting 1, and Moti could have had 1 in the last over because these batters are preparing to play some shots.
And it's 39 first class match. That's almost a full toss on the leg stump. That's turned away by Shields for a single. 139 wickets on this belt, but Moti has been consistent down through the years as well. Came through the under-15 tournament and so on. I've watched him from that stage, and he's developed nicely into a good cricketer. You don't want him to be injured. I think he missed the first test due to injury in South Africa. I squared him up. Darvel Green. But you don't want a spin bowler to be injured when he's on tour, playing for the West Indies. And I know he missed out on that first test and came back in the second test, picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, didn't get a wicket in the second innings.
But just before he went to South Africa, picked up 13 wickets in the match against Zimbabwe in this final test. Runs now for the Scorpions. Chance for run out as well. Some bad running between Shields and Derville Green. Could have easily had a wicket via run out. I think they were ball watching, especially O.J. Shields.
Not too agile men between the wickets, running between the wickets. Both fast bowlers. That's well played by Green. So we're heading up to lunch on day 2. It's been action-packed. This 4th round match between the Scorpions and the Harpy Eagles. Action-packed. 9 wickets fallen on day 1. And now 8 has fallen for 74 runs so far. And we've not completed the first session of play yet on day 2. Very disappointing batting display. You look at a Doc for Gilzine, early days in his career. We don't know too much about him, but we know a lot about Blackwood and Palmer. And Bonner. The over comes to an end. 17 gone, 64 for 7. Still 214 behind. And in this version of the game, 200 runs would be the ask in terms of a follow-on. Clyde Butt said earlier he wouldn't enforce the follow-on from a Guyana standpoint. When you look at Beaton Wood, bowled 7 overs and Niall Smith 6. 13 overs between the 2 fast bowlers. What's your thoughts on that, John? Should they be dismissed and the follow-on could be enforced? Capture the wicket, he's gone. Push the bat at it. And O.J. Shields, his stay hasn't lasted that long. What, 11 deliveries, he's gone, caught behind. Nice catch taken by Imlach. Straightforward, he's gone for 7. The 8th wicket is down, John Ramsing. 64 for the loss of 8.
Too close to cut for O.J. Shields. And they receive here Samuel Pamal just cramping the batter, not giving him any room at all outside his off stump. As a result of that, just a faint edge. And wicketkeeper Tevin Imlach doing the rest. So that's the 8th wicket now down for the Scorpions, 64 on the board. Yeah, that follow-on question is going to be one that the team will be really looking at very closely, because if you look at the seamers who have done all the hard work, 7 overs for Beaton, 6 for Niall Smith. For me, these should be fit cricketers. They must have a second spell, a third spell. And then once you're in control, that adrenaline is high, you're pumped up. I would enforce the follow-on and ask these bowlers to run again.
Thank you, I have company. I would as well, because that's where the killer instinct comes in and reading the game well too. I think down through the years, what we've seen a different complexion to the follow-on mindset. That even if you can enforce the follow-on, most teams, the test teams, tend not to enforce the follow-on.
I think that stems because the wickets will break up and they do not want to bat last. New batter is Marquino Mindley, but if you look at Providence track of late, it's been held nicely together with the grass. Thick grass, rolled in, live grass. That has been helping the seamers as well.
Only 50 runs from the bat of the Scorpions, 14 have been extras. Look at that. 8 leg byes and 6 no balls. And another wicket. Mid-wicket catch to Kevlon Anderson. And there goes Marquino Minley for a duck from what? 3 deliveries? And now the Scorpions will have to say to themselves here, this is an embarrassing situation to be in. It's 64 for the loss of 8. We're only in the 18th over, and we're about 2 minutes away from lunch. I make it 3 minutes away from lunch. So 9 wickets are down now, and the umpires in their discussion there, you just get the impression that even if lunch is ready, you know that within the first 2 sessions you can go for the extra half an hour and make it. The fielding side can ask for that extra half an hour, but 64 for 9 in the 18th over, John Ramsing tells the wonderful story of how the Harpy Eagles have come out to do battle against a Jamaica batting that has not been up to scratch in this year's tournament, even with the addition of Jermaine Blackwood, the test player, who got a first ball duck. The Jamaicans have been on the back foot in this year's tournament so far, especially in the batting department. Start picture, 64 for 9.
Another wicket in the bag for Pramal. He's having a fantastic season as well. Leading wicket taker in the region in terms of wickets. But the last pair at the crease, and I think Leon Johnson has asked for additional time. And Nicholson Gordon, known for his bowling and his extremely positive attitude towards the game, I don't think he'll want to be rolled over quite easily. He wants to deny this Guyana Harpy Eagles side.
Pamal has taken his tally now to 588 wickets. $18 overs gone, 64 for the loss of 9.
We would have seen the umpires lifting the bails to say lunch, but you're seeing they're playing on, which means that the Guyana Harp Eagles, they've asked for that extra half hour. And part of the rules of cricket. So they will be granted that, and you'll see, we're seeing 2 go in our heads there. Very strange. I think what should have been on those poles would have been the Harpy Eagles flag, the Jamaica Scorpions flag, and then the host nation flag there. But we're seeing national flags instead of the franchise flags.
By for being at home. Yeah, the flags are blowing away in the distance there. And Smith will have a bowl now, so looks like, yes, he'll be switched to the south end, commentary box end. He's picked up what? The first 4 wickets have fallen? I think the captain probably would want him to get a 5-4. Not a bad move at all. It shows the kind of person Leon Johnson is as a captain as well. Very balanced cricketer, wants his players to perform well. He did the job with bat in hand, 150. With 18 fours, led the way.
Yeah, Smith, that opening burst of 6 overs, picking up 4 wickets. Yeah, Johnson looking to get his fast bowler to get a 5-4. Since the opening 5-4 in the first round, got a series of 1-wicket hauls. Now he seems to be back to full fitness and full flight.
Smashing shot over the mid-off area and down to the boundary for 4. To be greeted like that after picking up 4 for 24, you don't want that at all. But he's done the hard work so far. Switched to this end. Look at that. Reached out for it and smashed it through the offside for 4. That's a lovely shot from Dorval Green. He's the top scorer in this batting lineup for the Scorpions so far. He's gone up to 19 with 3 fours.
You see after that first ball, Niall Smith just stretching out some of his muscles. Looks like he's actually stretching his hammies. So it might have been just a bit cold after bowling those 6 overs. Might have been thinking about lunch. But his captain had other plans for him. But we always see Niall Smith not having unless one of the better second spells. So we see him now again. Looks quite different than we saw earlier. I mean, just 2 balls of bowled. But then we know that he does not have that second spell generally.
To bowl 6 overs on the trot from the north end and beaten 7 overs. That's what you want in fast bowlers. If you want to play red ball cricket, you don't want necessarily a 4-over spell or, 5-over spell. You're picking up wickets. You've got to show guts and stamina. Short ball wide outside the off stump, cracked away down behind point. And looks like Savory who comes around. Sorry. Tej Chandrapal does the work, moving to his left. So they need now 9 to avoid the follow-on. I make it. 69 for 9. That extra half an hour, we called it right. Was called for by Leon Johnson, who's very intelligent, knows the game well, reads the game of cricket very well. His captaincy and leadership ability down through the years has served Guyana's cricket well too.
He's on the attack. Look at that slip quarter and going down. Fighting fire with fire. Nicholson Gordon this time helping himself to a boundary. Bad bowling. 2 full and 2 straight. Punished.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Good counter attack. Hitting that. Look at that shot. Smashed the batter that's Dorval Green had to duck. Of course, it went just over his head into the long on boundary for 4. No fast bowler loves to be hit like that at all. But I quite agree with you. Niall Smith seems to struggle a bit in a second spell. If he gets it right in the first spell, he would be spot on. And he was earlier. No ball again. I think that will make it his 7th. His 7th no ball. The only man to have bowled no balls in this innings so far. Extras move on to 15. 8 leg byes. 74 for 9. Four away with respect to that follow-on. You've got to lead by 200.
As a bowling side, you want to have that advantage of choosing whether you want to enforce the follow-on or not. No ball again. I think Hal Smith is not working to the plan. Johnson brought him back to get the last wicket, to get a 5-4, and to ensure that Jamaica is bowled out before getting to 78. But he's worked against the plan so far. Just not looking comfortable from the southern end.
You wonder if it's a problem with his rhythm or he's trying a bit too hard to get that 5th wicket on his belt. And you look at the fact that the way Johnson's read the game as well, you asked for the extra half an hour, yes. Slashing shot, over point, down to the boundary for 4. And so the follow-on has been avoided. As the score move up now to 17-9, I make it. For 9. But initially you thought that what Johnson was looking for, had he picked up that wicket, they would have been able to then go in for lunch, get the rest, and then come out back to go at the Scorpions again. It's not to be. The follow-on has been avoided. So 199 behind now. 79 for 9. The Eagles will have to bat again. And that's not a bad thing at all for them, given what has transpired. That won't be bad at all. One delivery left to complete over number 19. In the meantime, Gordon Green is 20. And that's well played by Gordon. Push it out into the offside. 19 overs gone. 7-9 for the loss of 9.
By the standards we've seen this morning, that was a very poor and ordinary over from Niall Smith. And releasing any pressure at all that was created by previous events of the morning. So we're heading towards lunch. Lunch will be taken if this wicket goes down, or 12:30. If the wicket does not go down, 12:30 local time, as Pamal continues.
6 wickets to the fast bowlers, 3 to Pamal already. What a model of consistency, servanthood, hard work over the years. Quick single taken, pushed into the onside. Dorval Green has looked accomplished. We know he's an all-rounder. Gets his 21st run from 41 balls. Why not bat him up the order a bit? Because if your top order batters are failing, Blackwood a first ball duck. Palmer got a second ball duck. Bonner lasted 9 balls. Those are your top 3.
Because Gordon not reading that one at all from Pamal, almost playing on. Top edge. But it's going to run down towards the third man. He looked very ordinary there, very agricultural. Nicholson Gordon. But the top edge found. And he also finding the boundary. Swinging across the line, a slug.
Fortune favors the brave, I guess. That's his 3rd boundary. So 3 boundaries for his 12. That's better. Pushed it into the onside. Takes a single. And Dorval Green will face the last delivery from Pamal. The complete his 4th over. 3 for 11. Look at that. That's how good Pamal has been. And that's why he has to hold that record now. And for someone to get past that, they'll have to work very hard. On drives down the track, nice shot. Anderson will come around. I make it to his left. And they only took 1 there, did they? 1 run, the over comes to an end. 86 for 9.
The experiment with Niall Smith has not worked, and now back to spin. Gurukesh Moti is back. And this partnership, Matthew, 22 runs for the last wicket. By far the best of the innings for the Jamaica Scorpions. And Gordon joining Green and Lugg as the only batters into double figures. A very sorry card for Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings, replying to 278 made by the Guyana Harp Eagles. 86 for 9.
I think you had 30 runs for the 7th wicket. I make it. Would that be correct? The partnership. Right, so we had a 30-run partnership for that 7th wicket. Moti continues. Stretching right forward is Nicholson Gordon. So probably not using up the half forward the way they wanted to, but they can still get the wicket within that period. Over the head of the bowler. The return comes in, hits the stumps at the bowler's end, but Nicholson Gordon is home for that single.
Looks as if Golakesh Moti got a finger to that ball. Could have easily taken it. Oh, just maybe a fingernail.
Good return. And that's the basics of cricket. You come through for the single, you've got to get your bat in. Good effort from Moti, though. Very good effort. Lunging to his right with both hands. Yeah, but you want to pick up this last wicket within the half hour, for sure. And sometimes what tends to happen is that you tend to try very hard, and in so doing, you probably don't always get the wicket. It's a nice shot by Dorval Green. $89 for 9, 21 overs completed in the Scorpions' innings. Let's look at what has transpired so far. This morning, the Eagles bowled out for 278, just adding 10 runs from their overnight 268 for 9. 2 boundaries and 2 leg byes. Johnson not out 150. 18 fours in that knock. 254 balls. Wonderful innings, 344 minutes. 25 extras, made up of 4 byes, 13 leg byes, and 8 no balls. The Eagles losing their last 6 wickets for the addition of 127 runs. Mindley 3 for 34. Gordon 1 for 40. Shields 2 for 66. Green 2 for 43. Mansing 1 for 59. And Blackwood 1 for 19. And then when the Scorpions started, wickets started to tumble. Very early, second over, Gilzine, bowled by Smith for a duck. Bonner, bowled Smith for 4. Blackwood caught Johnson and slip bowled Smith without scoring. Another run there to Dorval Green, 25 from 49. Gordon comes in to strike. 3 deliveries left to compete over number 22. Then Palmer caught Johnson and slip bowled Smith without scoring. Lugg caught Imlach, ball beaten for 16, 3 fours in that knock. Thomas caught Imlach, wicketkeeper, ball beaten a duck. Mansing caught Savory, ball Pamal 8. On the back foot he goes. Then Shields caught wicketkeeper Imlach, ball Pamal 7. And Minley caught Anderson at mid-wicket, ball Pamal without scoring. 64 for 9 when that final wicket fell. They took the extra half an hour. And 17 minutes have been completed so far. They haven't picked up that last wicket. Clyde Butts joins me for the last lap before we get up to lunch. 22 overs gone, 90 for 9. Good afternoon, Clyde.
Yeah, just a nice little partnership here at the end. Nicholson Gordon and Dorval Green. Green has certainly showed why he's such a good cricketer. Tough customer. Coming out when his team in lots of trouble, and he stayed out there. He's still out there, still trying to etch out as much runs as he possibly can. And the spinners for Guyana. Bowling, we want to get rid of them as quickly as possible. We want to get rid of them as quickly as possible, as the Seamers did the damage earlier on. Now, Pomal has got 3 for 13. Moti is into the attack as well.
Generally, Green has played well, played straight, played some nice clean shots. He's faced 51 balls. Look at that. On driving straight. And gets the signal, trots through for the run. Sensible cricket from Green. 26 from 52, so his strike rate is 50. That's all right. Look at Gordon's strike rate on the other hand. 14 from 15 balls.
This can be a little frustrating as well when you've run through a team and then the low order has come out there and decide that they're not going to give their wicket away. A bit frustrating to the field inside.
Half of their wickets went down with the score 24. Full toss, put away for a boundary by Nicholson Gordon. His fourth in the innings. His strike rate has moved up to 100. The over comes to an end, is it? 23 gone, 95 for the loss of 9. So the Scorpions trail by 183 runs. Kamal continues. Always dangerous to go on the back foot, shuffle back into your stumps to the quicker delivery, dead on target. You've got to get back onto that, or you'll be struck plumb in front.
Good tight stuff from the Jaguar spinners. But two tail end or low order batsmen for Jamaica still holding on, still being determined to try and get as much as possible for their team.
Highest partnership so far, 31 from 39. Strained down the leg side on that occasion, turned away backward of square. And they've taken 2. "24 overs gone, 97 for 9.
Just frustrating the Guyanese on the field a little this pair. I'm sure Leon Johnson was be thinking, well, should I bring back one of my fast bowlers? He did bring back Niall Smith, and he was very tired at that stage, and you could have seen it. So he'll probably be saying, look, I'll just allow my spinners to bowl until they get this one wicket, at least for now. I mean, if they bat the full half an hour and go to lunch, then after lunch he may be thinking slightly different. Just Moti not being consistent at the moment, just maybe trying too many things. And sometimes this does happen when you're bowling at the low order. You try too many things, you think they shouldn't be out there, thinking, well, they're supposed to be easy pickings, but sometimes you've got to do the normal thing, bowl your normal way, rather than try too many things.
Look at these two guys, Clyde. 20 to Gordon and 28 to Dorval Green. They've accumulated their runs very wisely. A couple of big shots from Nicholson, Gordon. But look at that, rotating the strike, picking up the ones, the twos, intelligent cricket from the last pair. So the 100 coming up in the 25th over. 100 for 9. 178 behind. And Gordon has kept things going. 21 from 22.
That's a milestone in itself, getting to that 100 mark. Driven nicely down to long off. He's going to get an easy single. Leaving that alone.
25 overs gone, 101 for 9. 6 minutes away, I make it from lunch. Well, in asking for the extra half an hour, once that time is completed, you go to lunch.
As an umpire, do you have to ask for the extra half an hour, or is it a normal thing when one wicket left before the break? You can? I'm just curious, I would love to know. I thought it was automatic, and you don't have to ask. Close of play, you have to ask. But for a break or last wicket, it's automatic, whether it's lunch or tea.
I see now in the IPL, you pick your 11 after the toss has been spun. And the game continues to evolve. So Green 29 from 59, Gordon 21 from 23. That run rate is 4.04. Nothing's wrong with that. It's the wickets column that has been very disappointing for the Scorpions. But a bit of a fight back here, of course, by these two, and they've done well.
Look very comfortable out in the middle. Very, very comfortable, competent as well. Gordon initially looked to play some big shots, but now he's just working the ball into the gaps and picking up singles. And it's something in this match that we have got to notice as well, that initially with the new ball, wickets tumble. So is it that the new ball does a little bit, of course a new ball does a little bit more than the normal ball, but is it that this pitch with the new ball, it is dangerous? Or as the bowlers bowling so well with the new ball?
Good observation, Clyde. Agree with that. I think the bowlers have fast bowlers have stuck to their task well too, no doubt. They've had to bowl good lines, good lengths to pick up those wickets as well. And obviously the pitch is saying, well, if you do your job, you'll get what you can get out of the pitch. And they've done that. "26 overs gone, 102 for 9. Think we'll have one more over and make it. And then we'll have the break. So the Harpy Eagles haven't picked up that wicket in the automatic half hour extra time when 9 wickets are down. They haven't picked up that wicket as yet. Of course, they can in this over.
Well, it's good. It will be lunch one way or the other. It will be lunch one way or the other.
In the meantime, what has happened is that the Scorpions have brought down that lead on first innings to 176 runs.
That's still a lot of runs in context of the game.
It is. When you look at the fact that they were 24 for 6, good fight back by the lower order, especially these two guys, Green and Gordon. Probably saying to their captain, Jermaine Blackwood, we can bat a little high up, you know. Why not?
Well, I'm sure Green would be saying that because in the previous game, he was batting, number 6 or 7? And he's come now and he's being shifted down the order a little. But he's still showing them that he's capable of getting runs. Two deliveries before lunch. This session here in the second morning totally belongs to the Harpy Eagles. Yes, Jamaica got 1 wicket, but the Harpy Eagles have taken 9. So 10 wickets falling so far before lunch. Last ball will decide. Doesn't get a wicket, so it's 10 wickets on the second morning between the start of play and lunch. Or you can say half an hour after as well. But certainly, lunch on the second day, Harpy Eagles in a very good position.
Yes, so 103 for 9, 113 runs today for the loss of 10 wickets. 27 overs gone in the Jamaica Scorpions innings. We'll take a break. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back in about 35 minutes' time.
So at 103 for the loss of 9, the Jamaica Scorpions responding to the 278 made by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The players, they're back out in the middle. This is Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. Jamaica Scorpions versus Harpy Eagles. This is fourth-round action, and we are about to resume play after the lunch session with Jamaica Scorpions frustrating the Guyanese out in the middle there, taking the half an hour prior to the lunch session. Well, it's automatic. The last wicket fell, and the Scorpions, they have managed to keep the Eagles at bay. Virasamy Primal is about to deliver the first delivery, and he will be bowling to the right-handed Dorval Green, who is on 31. Let's look and see the first delivery. Good one served up. Well played by Dorval Green. With me in the commentary box once again is Clyde Butts. Hello to you, Clydey. This last wicket pair, so far the partnership worth 39, keeping the Eagles at bay.
Yes, and they have played very well indeed. And you've got to ask yourself, is it that when this new ball loses its shine, things becomes easy out in the middle? Because things have certainly gotten a lot easier for both these players. And if you remember rightfully as well, when the Eagles batted, once the ball got to 20, 30 overs old, things became fairly easy, and batting was much easier than before.
Well, the Harpy Eagles unleashed Beaton along with Smith for 13 consecutive overs, and in that period of play reduced the Scorpions to 54 for the loss of 6. Then spin was introduced in Virasamy Primal, exploring the possibility of a single. It's not here, and right away he struck, sent back Mansingh for 8. Then Shields followed for 7. Minley didn't score, but this last wicket pair is given the Harpy Eagles lots of trouble, and Green is playing well out in the middle. 103 for the loss of 9. Virasamy Primal completed that over without a run being scored.
And this must be Green's favorite ground in the region. He's always done well at the National Stadium. We saw him a couple of years ago getting 70 odd, getting wickets. Come back last weekend, got wickets, got runs. Now he's back again. Only got 2 wickets this time, but still bowled very well. And now he's getting runs. So must enjoy Guyana Stadium, National Stadium.
Yes, and might very well be taking a piece of soil from this country as he heads back to Jamaica. I think they will be going to Trinidad and Tobago for the final round.
Yes, I think they'll be going to play Trinidad and Tobago in Trinidad.
So Leon Johnson is very careful here. He badly needs this wicket here, Clyde Lee, because the quicker he gets them, it's better for the Harpy Eagles, for the game plan going into the second innings.
Moti has now decided to come left arm over the wicket to the right-hander, try and bowl fairly straight.
And Gordon has looked the part. Some full-blooded drives over the top. Some lovely cut off the back foot through point, showing us just why he's gotten to 21.
There was one drive off of Smith when he came back for the second spell from the southern end that he hit really hard back past the ball of 4 runs. That was really a wonderful shot. And that was a shot no fast bowlers like either. And I'm sure Smith would put that in the back of his mind and maybe say, I'll catch you later. I'm a little tired now.
Well, I was outside of the commentary box when that happened, and I felt the venom. So Leon Johnson has his 2 best spinners operating in tandem in Virasamy Primal and Moti, both test players. And if it continues like this, no doubt Johnson might be thinking, let me get on the off spinner Kevin Sinclair. He has a golden arm. He has broken lots of partnership so far in his short career.
He's done a wonderful job for Guyana over the years and this year as well. When you think that he's taken wickets, not only taking wickets, but he's made runs. But at this time, we're talking about his bowling. He's certainly taken a lot of wickets this year, and he's always kept the pressure on the batting side. So Leon Johnson, I think, would be very, very happy with him as well.
And no problem here whatsoever for Green. 104 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, no problem for the big man, just coming forward, playing those deliveries on merit. I mean, the one thing we know about Leon Johnson is that he has the patience not to get agitated. Yes, there's a partnership. You expect that in cricket. Probably not the 10th wicket partnership, but you expect partnerships in cricket. No matter how things are going well for you, you expect 1 or 2 partnerships in an innings. And this is a good partnership for Jamaica at the moment, for the Scorpions.
Yes, and the Harpy Eagles, they must have been in this situation for some time. You can't escape this. It's how you come out of it. Premal tries again. Has to be a little careful here. Gordon getting right on the back foot there, Clyde, and looking to cut one that was pretty close. But he plays his own natural game.
He's playing that shot again. This time he keeps low and just outside the off stump. I think it's a shot that he could probably look to forget for a little while. Just bat, he's been doing a good job, but he probably wants to score as well. So.
And Green must be saying to himself here, well, then I can trust Gordon. I'm happy for what he's doing.
The man is second top scorer, so.
Yes. And no doubt when he goes back to that dressing room, he'll have some words to say, guys, you should have been playing like me. And look at the ease in which he's playing the spinner so far. Virasamy Premal and, of course, Gudakesh Moti. Mindful that there is a solitary slip and a silly point. Last ball bringing up the end of over number 30. It's 104 for the loss of 9. Beaten 2 for 22 and Smith 4 for 39. Pegged back the Jamaicans, and then Premal came in. And so far he has taken 3 for 16 from his 9 overs.
Scorpions still trailed by 174 runs. They obviously would have thought yesterday when they were bowling that they were in this game, even when they came back this morning. At the end of the day yesterday, when with the Harpy Eagles on 260 yards, they must have thought, well, we're still in this game. We're not out of it. We still had a good day. We got 9 wickets on the first day. At no time did the Harpy Eagles really dominate us. But I think when the batting has let them down, and this is the second match we're seeing where the batsmanship has let them down.
Yes, certainly. Some messages coming in from North America. Hundreds of Guyanese living over there, listening to the broadcast, viewing the broadcast. The owner of the Hawaiian Arctic 11, Mr. Narchan Mohan Archie. Nicely turned away into the onside field. Runs here. Just getting it into the gap and picking up 106 for the loss of 9. He said he's listening to the broadcast, Clydie, and he asked me to hello to you and John Ramsing.
Hello to you, big man. Trust you're enjoying the cricket.
Yes, and these are guys who paved the way for many Guyanese cricketers and other West Indian cricketers to go to Canada and they have them playing in the Scarborough League. Quite a few West Indian there. They make some money too. And he also asked me to say congratulations on air to his buddy friend, Mr. Azim Bassarat, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And we can now safely say, Vice President of Cricket West Indies, unchallenged. Himself and Dr. Kishore Shallow, who will be assuming the responsibility of being the President of Cricket West Indies, taking up the reins of power in difficult times.
Very difficult times for West Indies cricket. But Bassarat has been around cricket for some time. He's been president of TNT for a little while. And I'm sure with that sort of experience that he has, that would come to bear as well. I know he's got a business background as well. So congrats to Azim, and I trust that we'll see things being done, whether it's going to be different or the same way, but we want to see improvement in West Indies cricket. And I'm sure there'll be steps taken so that we can see some improvement in West Indies cricket.
And if I may borrow some words from that great man, Bob Marley, one love, Caribbean. Everybody needs to pool all the resources that they can, both human, financial. If it's just advice coming, both from those that are in the leadership capacity and past players, governments and private sector in the region.
And the one thing we have to do is make decisions. A lot of times we tend to sit on the fence. We have to make decisions. We're going to make mistakes, but we have to do things.
And it's not bad to make mistakes, Clyde. You will.
Once you learn from them.
That's right. And even if you don't learn, somebody else will learn, and they're not going to make that mistake too. Edging, and the catch is taken here at first slip. No falling in front. Well, ever so close, but never got to hand.
Dropped just in front of Leon Johnson at first slip.
Down the track, and undriven this one. That's a powerful shot, and out towards the long on boundary for 4. Well played by Dorval Green.
Continues to impress Dorval Green, continues to play that role for his side. And obviously, you know, he's the type of player that you would love to have in any team. He's the type of player that you would love to have in any team. He's a performer. He loves to perform. He's a fighter. He never says die. And I would think that you'd love to have him in your team.
Yes, he's a very, very good utility player. You call on him, and he's there for you. And here again, very sensible cricket by Dorval Green. The ball coming off slow off the pitch. No amount of great turn whatsoever. And that's because there's not too much dust on this pitch. It has held up nicely. And you still can see some live grass there, even though we are on day number 2. And Nicholson Gordon here, Clyde, is enjoying his batting.
Well, it just goes to show how slow the pitch is.
That's right.
That was a delivery, slightly quicker from Pamal. He just went back with ease and pushed it out on the offside.
Like that one, no problem. Getting deep in the crease and defending. 32 gone, 112 for the loss of 9.
And patience is the game. I think the Eagles has the patience. So we're going to see them continue that patience. They have a skipper who has got the experience, who understand what it is like to be out there. You've got 2 bowlers out there as well who've got the experience. And they know, not with every delivery you can get a wicket. They have to work for their wicket. And they're going to work. They are prepared to work for their wicket.
Yes, so Moti continues from this end. keeping low, but well played by Gordon. And the rotation of the strike has been excellent indeed. And look at that partnership now. It has moved on to 48. 2 away from a 50 for the last wicket. This is a great fight back by the Jamaica Scorpions. And I did mention, the Jamaicans, they know how to fight back. Strong, resolute nation. And there's a building on fire there. That's not looking good enough, Clydie, as we can see somewhere along the east bank. And the smoke is bellowing from that area. I hope that, the fire tender is there as fast as possible.
Well, let's hope it's nothing too serious at this time.
Yes, we can only hope that. And that's not far away from the stadium. That's just on the outskirt there. Too many fires in our country, Guyana. We had fires on building, fires on road. We must control that. Moti is looking to get a little bit fired up himself here, looking for a wicket in this game. And look like Gordon is getting into good position. He knew that ball was pitched on the line of the middle stump, played it to mid-on. He has some batting qualities.
He has. He's shown it, definitely. It was a real long hop from Mort. He was back looking for the pull. Probably didn't bounce as much as he wanted it to, and just went under the bat.
Maybe not long from now, we might very well be Sinclair, a different kettle of fish. 33 gone, 113 for the loss of 9.
You can see that little frustration stepping in on Moti. That was fired in quicker, but not straight enough. It just went through on the offside.
Yes, while you want to be patient, and we understand Johnson knows these things happen in cricket, he's not going to be flustered at all by what's happening at the same time, too. He might be looking what he has in his armory as options. Well, 113 for the loss of 9. Pramal continues. And that's going to bring up the half-century partnership between these two, Gordon and Green, for the last wicket. As if to say, hello, John Ramsing, we get the 50 partnership. Welcome back in the commentary box.
Good afternoon, Inajit, and good afternoon to all of our viewers. Nice fighting 10th wicket partnership indeed. Nicholson Gordon showing some good determination. And Dorval Green batting well again. Green already has 5 first-class half-centuries. So here he is again, just shepherding Nicholson Gordon, the number 11. Left-arm spin from both ends. Different type of left-arm spinners, but still. You see that the pitch is not offering anything to the spinners at all. So the batters are at ease. So congratulations, Gordon and Green. Double G. A nice partnership keeping the Harpy Eagles out.
Yes, and Clydie was mentioning Green's love story with Guyana. He has done pretty well at the National Stadium here. So we can add another G to that. Green, Gordon, and Guyana.
There's already a green stand here at Providence.
That's another green. And Guyana is known for its emerald green rainforest. We have given a gift to the world, thousands and thousands of acres for the low carbon. Of course, we're being paid for it. 34 overs gone here, replying to 278, 114 for 9.
Last ball, a little bit of an inside edge from Dorval Green. So no appeal for like before going up. They've weathered the storm nicely. They've played some good attacking strokes. And then, of course, mixing that with good defense, good solid and sound defense. And I think they're sending a message to the top order that if they can do it, if they can put their heads down and bat, look at Darvel Green, 82 deliveries, Gordon, 54 deliveries. So if they can put their head down and bat like this, the top order can do the same because they also face a little bit of the fire. Granted, Niall Smith didn't look the part in that last over he bowled, but the spinners landing in good areas, asking questions. But Green and Gordon holding firm.
Yes, John, you're absolutely right about that. And when Premal came on to bowl, he sent back in the pavilion in a hurry Mansingh, Shields, and Minley. So swung away into the onside field of the bat of Darvel Green, and they get the single. So the rotation of the strike here, too, has been something real good. They have never been bogged down. You say determination is the key to success. And these two boys look very, very determined. And with Guyana's best spinners operating in tandem, you know, that is what makes this partnership even better. And John, mindful that there's a silly point, Gordon is not afraid to smother the spin, stretching long forward. Well played once again, Nicholson, Gordon. The final delivery in Moti's 10th over coming up, none for 24. Economical, still hunting his first wicket. 115 for the loss of 9. Any scores coming in, John, from the other matches that are being played in Trinidad and Tobago? We shall certainly be letting you know what is happening there. 2 other matches, one at Queen's Park Oval, the other at Aruba.
So down at the Queen's Park Oval, Trinidad and Tobago 203 in their first innings. Barbados Pride in reply 147 for 4. That's a strong reply from Barbados, 147 for 4. Down south, Leeward Islands, they've just declared 382 for 9 declared. And the Volcanoes just 1 over in their first innings, 1 without loss.
Good first innings for the Leewards Hurricanes. And the two neighbors battling on the cricket field. In geography, John, one faces away from the trade winds. One faces the trade winds. And today, at the neutral venue, they are facing each other. That should be a sweet encounter there.
Kofi James got 107 for the Hurricanes. And Kareem Agor, the USA player, got 93. Jeremiah Louis got 45.
That's very, very interesting indeed. Some new names coming to the fore and making it count too. Smith has been brought back into the attack on very first delivery. Slapped into the offside field. Just a loosener here. Having some rest at the lunch interval. And he's just in his 8th over. So you're expecting your fast bowlers to be fit. And should not be satisfied just bowling 4 and 5 and 6 overs and then taking a breather. You should be strong enough when you're called upon.
I see Darvel Green assistant Nicholson Gordon with his bat. Usually you'd find cycling into the dressing room for a new bat. But I think Nicholson Gordon, the number 11, probably don't have any more. Why walk with bats? I'm a bowler.
Yes, could probably be that. And it might very well be to the bat. That is his love of his life. Loves that. You know, some humans, they just love particular things, no matter how old the short might be or the pants might be. You want to ensure you wear that, you feel very comfortable with it.
He's gone past 18, Nicholson Gordon. 18 was his previous highest first-class score. So no wonder he wants to hold on to that bat. Green looking for the gap. Cannot find it. But Green as well. I remember a couple of seasons ago right here at the National Stadium helping himself to a quick-fire half-century.
Yes, we remember that match very well. We brought it live to the entire world. He made 74. It was a good knock. Wickets were tumbling around him, and he stood his ground.
But not only that this partnership is 51 runs to the value so far, they've spent a lot of time at the crease as well. That is very important. And the longer they can bat out there, the more tired the Guyana Harp Eagles fielders are, and they will get. So whatever is the plan for the Harp Eagles after this innings, some of the energy will have to be taken into consideration, or lack of, especially in the case of Niall Smith. Taken, Leon Johnson at first slip takes his third catch of the innings, and that is the end of Derval Green's resistance. He's caught at first slip by the captain of the Guyana Harpy Eagles side, and a 5-wicket haul to Niall Smith to wrap up the innings at 115 all out Jamaica Scorpions, and they're trailing the Guyana Harpy Eagles by 163. It means that there's a possibility for Leon Johnson to enforce the follow-on if he so decides. Time will tell. We'll have to await the umpires and the decision and see who's going to be batting next. But a 5-4 for Niall Smith.
Yes, congratulations to him, and that's the reason why Leon Johnson was very patient out there with Niall Smith, gave him the opportunity to get a 5-wicket haul in this game. He bowled well in his opening outburst, had to overcome the problem with no balls, and in itself could have been frustrating. He has picked up this 5 wickets. Congrats to him, as Niall Smith will be leading the Guyana Harpy Eagles off the field. That's a happy feeling, John.
5 for 39, second 5-wicket haul of the season to go at 5 for 31. He picked up against the Barbados Pride in the first round, 4th overall in his career. Congratulations to Niall Smith. But the Jamaica Scorpions, 115 all out, and they now have a deficit of 163 in the street. Many people have been asking about the decision whether Leon Johnson will enforce the follow-on or not. Your thoughts on that one?
I doubt whether Leon is going to enforce the follow-on. I mean, that's his right. He has to know the game plan that they have there, and it has nothing to do with his fast bowlers being spent whatsoever. They're young guys. They must be able to respond to the call of the captain. That's the reason why they're asked to make themselves physically fit and force pass their beep tests and other fitness tests to get into the reckoning. So if he decides that he wants to enforce the follow-on, nothing is wrong. He has to trust his bowling department. On the other hand, too, there's still 2 days, and another session remains today, and this one has not been completed. So whether or not he wants to chase some runs just in case Jamaica get past that runs that they have at the moment is another story. But if I was the skipper out there, I would have chosen to go out and continue my batting. But Johnson, that's a huge advantage, 163. He might just want to ensure that he puts Jamaica into further pressure. Those are all possibilities that could happen.
Derval Green, the last man to be dismissed, 42 from 89 deliveries, the top score of the innings for the Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings, and going with a score of 115, and only 35 overs and 5 balls being used in the Jamaica Scorpions' first innings. That is a very poor batting performance once again. Only 42 from Dorval Green and 22 from Nicholson Gordon, a career best for him at number 11. And the only other batter into double figures, Leroy Logg with 16 with 3 boundaries at the top of the order, but a disappointing batting performance again for the Scorpions.
Yes, I do agree with you. You look at that column that records the total scored by individual players. You'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men failed to trouble the scorers. And among them, Gilzine, who opened the batting, didn't score. Blackwood, the test player back in the team, didn't score. Palmer, the previous captain, experienced, didn't score. Alden Thomas, the wicketkeeper batsman, didn't score. And so too the fast bowler Mindley, he didn't score. And once that happens, it spells a danger for your team. They're indeed fortunate that the last pair managed to put together that brilliant half-century partnership.
And look at the bowling of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. In the G, runs were beaten 2 for 22, whereas Sami Pamor 3 for 22. Moti 10 overs, wicketless, but the star of the show. Niall Smith 7 overs and 5 deliveries, 1 maiden, 5 for 39.
Brilliant bowling by Niall Smith and Beaton. In fact, the two of them rocked the Scorpions back. They used the new ball very well. And with the sheen on the ball, they bowled with some pace, had good movement in and out from that off-stump line and created a lot of problems for the Jamaicans. I do not think that the likes of Bonner, Blackwood, and Palmer played any bad shot whatsoever. Even Tevin Gilzine, they were more outdone by superb fast bowling. That was a real good spell. Brought back memories when the likes of Rayon King and Colin Stewart used to open the bowling for Guyana. These two boys have done well.
So, all right, in the G, we'll take a break, and it's an innings break, and when we come back, we'll have what I think will be the Guyana Harp Eagles' second innings. So do join us on the other side of the break for some more action, live from Providence. Welcome back to the National Stadium at Providence on the east bank of Demerara in Guyana. Cloudy conditions this afternoon. We're into the second session on the second day of this match, Guyana Harp Eagles against Jamaica Scorpions. Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championship. It's round 4. Table toppers Guyana Harp Eagles against bottom of the table, Jamaica Scorpions. You can see the match summary on your monitor there. Harp Eagles 278 in their first innings, Scorpions 115. Just bowled out under 36 overs. Resistance for the 10th wicket between Green and Gordon, putting together a 51-run partnership before Niall Smith cleaned up Derval Green to pick up his 4th career 5-wicket haul, 2nd of the season. And now the Guyana Harp Eagles will be batting again, enjoying a lead of 163 runs heading into this second innings. And the familiar pair, the pair of Everest players, Tejan and Chandapal, just back from South Africa with the West Indies Test side, and Machu Nandu, the 19-year-old, former West Indies under-19 captain. Both left-handers, both in a similar style of batting. In fact, Machu Nandu said his favorite player and his role model in cricket is Shivnarine Chandapal, the father of Tejan Chandapal. And it's going to be Marquino Mindley to pick up, to begin with the new ball. My name is John Ramsing alongside Matthew Kisoon. Matthew, Harp Eagles batting a second time with a lead of 163 in good conditions for batting. It will be an interesting passage of play, however. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, John. Hello to everyone right across the Caribbean region and whichever part of the world you're in.
Chandapal is off the mark in the match. Got a second ball, the second legal ball in the first innings from Mindley. Sent his middle stump out of the ground. Mindley this time, just on the line of the off stump, and Chandapal nudges it in characteristic fashion, and he's off the mark. Matthew Nandu, who got just a single in the first innings, about to take strike. So both of these batters looking to get some runs, looking to press home the advantage. No pressure at all. But Mindley looking for wickets like he did in the first innings, picking up wickets very early.
Yes, just down the leg side. 3 for 34 in the first innings, so he had a nice bowl. But you'd want to do better here now. Look at that lead. 163, make it 164 now. With a lot of time left in this game, I think the Harp Eagles would want to bat well again. They'd want to continue batting. The top order needs to produce now for them. The top order fell away very cheaply yesterday. They were 5 for 44 at lunch. 4 for 55 at lunch. When Chandrapal went for duck, Nandu 1, Savory 1. And it was Anderson who steadied the innings a little later on, 36, well played 36. That helped that situation when they started very badly. Ball down. That is the beauty and class of Mindley for you. He has done the same thing again in the second innings. He has cleaned up Nandu for a duck. It's 1 for 1, and the Jamaica Scorpions have started well again in the second innings.
Perfect start for Mindley and the Jamaica Scorpions. Machu Nandu comprehensively beaten. He's one batsman you can say knows where his off stump is. But on that occasion was a bit too late in going down. And then he realized his stump has been rattled. Look back, that nervous look, and realized that his stumps has been disturbed. Beautiful bowling again from Marquino Mindley. Starting that ball just on the line of the off stump and came back nicely. Exaggerated movement of this pitch. And Mindley again, like in the first innings, getting the early blow in the very first over. This time it's Nandu and not Chandapal. But the Guyana Harp Eagles 1 for 1 again.
You've got to give credit to Marquino Mindley for sure. The first two deliveries, I think the first one when Tajan Ryan got that run was on the leg stump and turned away for the single. Then the other delivery got it too wide down the leg side and now dead on target and disturbing the stumps. No answer at all from Nandu, who we believe is a technically correct young man in terms of his play, his stroke play. Shows good judgment to deliveries outside the off stump, coming close to the crease. But Minley has been spot on, and you have to give credit to him. 4 wickets so far in this match for him. So, Kevlon Anderson, the new man, he got 36 in the first innings. He batted well with 36 until Blackwood snapped up a catch at second slip off the bowling of Green. But he's a good young man, good young player in the making. I think everyone around the Caribbean region is watching Kevlon Anderson, 22 years old. Good young cricketer from Berbice as well. And just to start, the Scorpions need 12 wickets to have fallen today so far. It was 9 yesterday, now 12 today. Is the pitch playing any different, John? Very interesting. But I get the impression that the batting skills have been poor. It's been a poor display of batting skills from the Scorpions, especially the top batters. Of course, it was excellent bowling from Smith and Beaton. You have to give them credit. But just a bit too good for the top players in the Jamaica batting order. Blackwood, Bonner, Palmer. Didn't get anything at all, anything much. And a successful over coming to an end for Minley. 1 for 1 after the first over. Look, the bowling has been spot on. You cannot take that away at all from the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowling at the Scorpions for the first time. Let's go back. The Scorpions bowled very well at the Harpy Eagles for a session yesterday to lunch. 4 wickets down for 55. Then that second session was won by the Harpy Eagles, 96 runs without any loss in the wickets column. And then the final session produced 117 runs for the loss of 5 wickets, if I'm correct, John. You'd want to think that the first session and the last session went to the Scorpions. However, in between that time, Leon Johnson held the innings together and held it nicely, got his 100 and was unbeaten on what, overnight? 142. And that made the total look respectable, 278 all out. But if you look at the batting lineup of Guyana, Harpy Eagles, Johnson stands out along with a 46 from Imlak and 36 from Anderson. Take those 3 innings away, the rest did not do anything. So that innings was very crucial by Leon Johnson, very crucial innings by him along with support from Imlak and Kevlon Anderson. For Jamaica, they have to say thanks, a little bit of thanks. Good bowling here from Nicholson Gordon, just keeping the ball on a good line and length to Tej Chandripal, whose judgment generally is good. But you've got to say thanks to a good knock of 42 from Green. 4 fours, 89 balls, 111 minutes. The star of their innings. And then Gordon unbeaten on 22.
That's another good delivery from Gordon. Chandapal almost played on. So good use of the new ball again from both Gordon and Minley. To remember, they rocked back the Guyana Harp Eagles in the first innings, along with Shields and Green.
Nagging away nicely, just outside Chandra Paul's off stump. 5 ducks in the Scorpions innings. I know in Guyana we talk about duck farm. I guess it's not difficult to have duck farms over there as well. Jamaica is a very nice place. I've driven through the countryside of Jamaica. Very nice indeed. Again, just outside the off stump, judgment good by Chandra Paul in the second over of their second innings. 1 for 1, 2 overs gone. That was a maiden. Well bowled by Nicholson Gordon. So I've driven through the countryside of Jamaica. Very nice. Lots of similarities to Guyana, of course. Lush green.
Yeah. The Blue Mountains.
Yes. Very attractive indeed, the Blue Mountains.
Hello, spectators. Thank you for coming. We'll collect your fees for watching and for being on television a bit later on.
I think they've seen us.
Yes, they're on their YouTube, actually, you can tell.
Oh, yes.
Minley to continue. I'll tell you what, Matthew, the first and only time I was in Jamaica, was not allowed to leave the airport. I was just in transit. I was asleep while the plane was about to hit Jamaica's runway. When, for some reason or the other, you tend to wake up when you're about to land. I look to my right, I see blue sea. I look to my left, I see the same. But before that, before actually falling into a deep sleep, it was a bit of a turbulent flight. So don't have to ask the fright of waking up to see blue on both sides and realizing that you're about to land. That was my only experience of being in Jamaica. I haven't actually gotten off the airport, but I plan to very soon. From all reports, beautiful place to be.
I've been there once as well. Brilliant. Brilliant delivery there from Minley. Anderson just pushing out a bit. He knew that he was beaten there.
I do love my reggae music, however.
Yeah, I passed around by the Bob Marley Museum, but I didn't go into the museum.
I love my Blue Mountain coffee. And I love some of the Jamaican slangs.
On his legs.
Runs for Anderson. It's going to run pretty close to the boundary. The first boundary of the Guyana Harpy Eagles' second innings comes off the bat of Anderson as Minley just strayed a little bit in line.
Anderson's very strong there. You don't mess with him on the leg stump at all. And picks up his first boundary of his second innings.
In Jamaica, everything Irie.
You know what was interesting? I'll never forget this. I traveled in a very old car.
Was that by choice?
Yes, not totally by choice. We were moving around. I went to the convention, Umpires Convention there several years back. That's my only time in Jamaica so far. We spent a week there. And we moved around in a gentleman, an old gentleman, must have been in his 60s or so, working his car, picking up his dollars, and we used that car. The over comes to an end, 5 for 1 after 3. And the truth is, I don't think I've traveled in a car like that, even in my own country. But, you know, it was fun. And it was an enjoyable week there in Jamaica. Moved around Kingston, went to the country area. Drove through the parishes. Had some ram goat liver and managed water.
You needed it, huh?
Clyde Watts has rejoined me. John and I just talking a little about visit to Jamaica. He didn't come off the plane, I did. Looking forward to another visit there sometime.
I have always enjoyed Jamaica. I used to enjoy the drive down to Ocho Rios area where we used to play those 50 over cricket and thing. That Foreign Valley. I used to be a little scared going through that Foreign Valley, but now they've got good roads. I don't think you go through there anymore, so it'd be nice going down that area. Because every time you pass through that area, it used to rain as well. So it used to always be like a little dicey, but nice area, lovely area. Jamaica's a wonderful place.
Kingston always busy as ever. Little bit of shopping there, not bad at all. And then we went down to Sabina Park. We watched a game, West Indies versus India. A drive from Chandrapal to mid-off. I think Kohli got 100 in that game that we watched. It was a one-day game.
Just a word here on Nicholson Gordon bowling to Chandrapal. He's bowling a wonderful line. He's bowling that line just outside the off stump, making Chandrapal look to play. And Chandrapal must have that little memory in him as well, being bowled. Right arm, fast bowler bowling round the wicket to him, trying to angle the ball back into him. He was bowled that way in the first innings, and obviously that memory is with him, so you play a little tentatively to balls that are in that area. So this is good thinking from the Scorpions at the moment.
So it's not been a good game for Nandu in terms of bat in hand, one and a duck. But Chandrapal would want to redeem himself. Hasn't had a run of good scores of recent, but here's an opportunity for him in the second innings to make amends. Off the outside edge, along the ground, and that will be a boundary to take Chandrapal. One of the strokes you see from him ever so often, he would come forward, get the ball off the outside edge, away from the slips along the ground, and tends to pick up runs in that area a lot.
Well, he actually opened the face of the bat there, looking to run that past the third man. He got it in the area as well. Went down to the boundary for 4. I think when the pitches are a little quicker and a little more bouncier, you've got to be careful with those shots. But on a pitch like this, playing with soft hands, you will get away with it. Some repair work being done on the field. I think the wicketkeeper is getting some repair work done to his foot.
Just saw some work being done by some guys. Caribbean Cinema area there, that mall. Nice spot, nice area. Nice activity in that area there. Good developmental work on the east bank of Demerara. A lot of Guyanese and people in general moving into that area, the east bank, going further up the highway to occupy nice territory out there. Some have got nice farms. They've built some nice houses up there as well. So good area for development. You're not missing any cricket. As the wicketkeeper probably had a change of glove or something, it looks like. But he's back. 4 overs completed, 9 for 1. And Mindley will continue.
Again, opening the face of the bat, allowing the ball to run off and be able to get 2 runs. Good running between the wickets as well. Young Anderson, from the time he hit that, he really went for the first run very quickly and turned and ran back very, very quickly. So good thinking, good running. Just got a little message from Brian Eden. You remember that name? Played youth cricket for Guyana. His father was a former Guyana player as well. Said he's watching. This is a lovely shot from young Anderson. Ball pitched up outside the off stump, came forward nicely and caressed it through extra cover 4 runs. Good looking shot. I was just sitting outside and I was saying to in the Jeep about the length that Marquinhos Minley's bowling. I think he's bowling much too full. If he was, well, I'm sure he was looking at the bowling this morning. He would have realized the ideal length to bowl is back pitch. The ball a little and bowl fairly straight, but he's come and he's bowling full. I can understand if the ball is swinging that you're going to bowl that length, but that's much too full to be bowling on this pitch.
Hello to Mr. Eden and company. Good cricket. It's been a good game so far in terms of the battle with the bowlers and the batsmen. A lot of wickets have fallen so far. 21 wickets have fallen, and we're into the second session of the second day.
I love how Anderson comes forward and plays the fast bowling. Comes right out. And what would be interested to see is when the ball started to do a little, and I don't want to say better bowlers, but bowlers understand a little bit that would back pitch the ball and pitches that bounce and has a little bit of pace, how we would handle those. Because I don't think a lot of bowlers would allow him to come on the front foot so comfortable to play against him.
Plays positive, looks a busybody, running between the wickets as well. Picks up his runs on the offside and on the leg side a lot. Good cover driver, plays behind point. Looks a good player in the making, a good batsman in the making.
Beautifully bowled as well, just slightly short of a length. Chandrapal walking across his wicket, looking to push it out on the offside. Confident appeal. Fire says not out, probably just going over the top of the stumps, and maybe he would have got hit just outside the off stump as well. But that's the area I think you have to bowl, and that's the sort of length I would love to see Minley bowl.
Few more spectators in the red stand. 3 gentlemen and 2 ladies. Enjoying the moment, why not? Don't get crowds coming out to watch regional cricket these days. But when you get the few spectators, be thankful.
There's a massive difference between cricket at the National Stadium and cricket at GCC ground border, because you had inter-county there, well, going on, match finished yesterday, but you had inter-county there 2 weeks ago, and there's certainly quite a few people actually came into the ground, probably more than what we've seen at the National Stadium, and I guess border still has that history for some people, or it's walking distance, where you're passing and you can say, cricket is going on at border, I'll walk in for a couple of overs or something like that. Whereas on the East Bank, maybe not as easily get to stadium. But certainly border has its people that would normally go into that ground. And then it's a club as well, a members club, so you expect a few people more to be there.
I remember Barrington Brown's father, who I work with and so on for years. He's now more at home, working from home. Said to me, he said he loves Border. And when the stadium was constructed, he said, I'm not too excited about coming to the stadium. And he was living on the East Bank then.
Just up the road from here.
Yes, or Stellium. And he said, Matthew, I'm not going to come to the stadium to watch any cricket.
It's a different atmosphere at Border, obviously. Border with the stand so close, that used to be so close to the actual playing area. It used to be like a noise coming from there. You had 100 people, and it sounded like if you had 3,000-4,000 people in the ground. So it's always that difference. Has a good length to be bowling, just slightly short of a length. And even though Anderson's coming on the front foot, he's not getting to the pitch of the ball as much as when Marquinhos Mini is bowling. Probably can still pull the length back a foot or so, but that's a better area to bowl.
And the ball will go in familiar territory when you play like that. Behind point in the third man area. Gets a single, pushed towards wide mid-on. But he seems to more enjoy playing onto the front foot. Seems more of a front foot player.
Most West Indians are in a way because they play on low flat pitches. And if you play on low flat pitches, you're going to come on the front foot. And hence, we get the problem we are away from the Caribbean. And I don't know if a lot is being done about the pitches in the region in terms of change them to ensure that the pitches has more pace and bounce. So I think it's a worrying trend.
6 overs gone, 19 for 1. I guess it will take a lot of doing to have our pitches in the Caribbean come back to that kind of standard of years ago.
Well, I don't know if you can say come back to that standard of years ago because we used to play on different pitches in the region. I think that was an important part of West Indies cricket, playing on different types of pitches. In Barbados, you know what you were going to get. Kensington over, it would be fast, it would be bouncy. You go to Jamaica and you know the bounce is going to be there on a rock-hard pitch. That's a lovely shot again. Work off the pads, it's going to run into the boundary. Yes, it does. Good-looking shot again. Again, that full length. I'm actually sitting here and disappointed that I'm seeing a young fast bowler, somebody who's got the experience bowling so many half volleys. I think you've got to improve on that. You're not supposed to be bowling so many full balls in any spell as a fast bowler. Yeah, and I continue with the pitches. You go somewhere like Antigua, you know, that used to be, this is edged, gone past, for a slip, and down to the boundary for 4. Well, I think the keeper should have gone for that. I definitely think the keeper should have been going for that. You look at that, yes, for a slip is going to his left, and they say when for a slip has to go to his left, the keeper should be moving towards that. The keeper should have gone.
Yeah, difficult chance for Bonadir at slip, moving to his left. Stuck the left hand out, but it went just a little to his left and down to the boundary for 4. Squared up Anderson on that occasion. Beautiful delivery from Minley there. And you're talking about him bowling full, and then he came back with a beauty there. Bowl him! came forward. Look at that. Clyde Butts, the off stump disturbed, and Kevlon Anderson has gone for 22 from 20. And Minley, after bowling a couple of deliveries that you talked about, bowling a bit too full, got it right to Anderson in this over. Previous ball, squared him up, could have been caught by the keeper. He didn't go for it. Next delivery, bowled. He's gone for 22. It's 27 for 2 in the 7th over.
I think that's the length you need to be bowling. You don't need to be bowling half volleys on a pitch like this. You got to try and hit that back of the length. The batsman must be in between decisions on whether to come forward or to go back. When you can easily come forward and stroke a ball, it's easy for any batter. But when that length is being pulled back, then you have to make that adjustment. It's not easy. It is not easy. So, now the wicket goes down with the new ball. Certainly the fast bowlers is having a good game.
The familiar pattern. Well, in the first innings, it was 1 for 1, then 4 for 2, 26 for 3. It's 27 for 2 now. "13 wickets to have fallen so far." What is wrong with the pitch, Clyde? Any problems with the pitch?
Nope. I don't think the pitch has been the problem. If you're going to say the pitch is a problem, maybe a little too slow. But I don't think the pitch has been a problem at all. I think the pitch has played well. You would have liked to see the ball coming on a little bit more, probably a little bit more bounce and pace, but the score does not reflect the pitch. I think the bowlers have bowled well, especially faster bowlers, the seam bowlers. They're bowling good areas. They've bowled a few half volleys that you probably don't expect them to, but again, on a pitch like this, maybe it's better to err on the full side and the short side. Even though I may think the other way around, because on a pitch like this, if it's short, the batsman is not sure if it's going to bounce high or not, so, or if it's going to come through in a proper way. So.
The left-handed Savory comes out. The man from Essequibo gets a good delivery right on the off stump, and he stabs it into the offside in the area of point and gets off the mark. We'll be looking for a good score as well. Just 1 in the first innings. I think the Harp Eagles would be very glad that they got that lead of 163 runs. Because 2 wickets have fallen quickly again here, and that lead is very, very important. They'll have to come out and bowl very well to the likes of a Blackwood in the second innings. He's the kind of guy that can come good suddenly. First ball duck in the first innings. You've got Palmer and you've got Bonner. So the Harp Eagles will be looking to probably ensure on the leg stump, worked away behind square by Chandrapal, that little crouching manner of his. Looks familiar inside his stumps. 29 for 2 after 7 overs. But what are you thinking about, Clyde, in terms of with the batting and a total to set the Scorpions to chase? 350 plus?
As a batting side, you would want to get as much as you possibly can. I don't think the Eagles are going to say, well, we just want to get to 200, that gives us a lead of 275. You've got a lot of time in this game. And as well, I think what they will more be thinking about is ensuring that they get enough time to bowl out the Jamaicans.
They lead by 192. Gordon will continue, none for 7 from 3. Chandrapal is 6 from 17. He's bowled very well to him. Good line, good length, testing his technique, his judgment outside the off stump. umpires, of course, switching ends. So Nigel Duguid is at the north end. Umpire Crawford is at the south end. And that went through the keeper. It's coming down towards the boundary. Blackwood, the captain, giving chase. And they come for 2 byes. So a little bit of sloppy work from the keeper there.
Is Blackwood the quickest on a cricket field?
But he has to be one of the quickest for sure.
Sure.
Was he a sprinter?
He runs very easy.
yeah,
He's got
I
quick
think
legs.
he was-
And he certainly is very quick.
Three slips and a point. There's a Covenor mid-off. Well played by Chandra Paul, covering his stumps well. And we've got a mid-on, mid-wicket. And the backward square on the boundary. So a lot of wickets falling, 9 yesterday, and now you've got 13 on day 2.
Guyana has a new Olympic president. Well, not Olympic president, president of the Guyana Olympic Association. After years and years and years, my good friend, Mr. Juman Yassin, had to call it a day. He was president for years. He was president of the Olympic Association for years. So they've got a new body now, and I want to wish them well. Trust that we really see sports again staying in the limelight, doing what it is supposed to do. You know, I wish Mr. Monroe and his crew all the best.
The table tennis man. Yeah, nice guy. They grew up together. Same community. Good servant to the game of table tennis, Godfrey Monroe. Good afternoon to you, sir, if you fall in the game. The over comes to an end, 8 gone, 31 for the loss of 2. A little bit more from Clyde, and then he'll be joined by Inderjeet Prasad.
Yeah, good steady stuff from the Jamaican Scorpions, bowling in good areas. The fast bowlers have served them well. Probably didn't take as much wickets as they would like, but certainly they have served them well. As we see a few cricket pundits understand, obviously having a chat about something very interesting. Maybe talking about why is it that certain people are in the team and some are not, or saying when Guyana is going to declare.
Or maybe Clyde even saying how the batters should be playing defensively. You look at him showing it with his hands.
There always are those type of people who think that, you know, yes, they may not be cricketers, but they study the game and they watch the game and they always have their say. They want to have their say, and nothing is wrong with that.
Yes, quite intelligent as far as knowing the intricacies of the game of cricket. You'll find these are the ones who will go to the grounds year after year, and they're learning. They know they're very, very intelligent. We've seen both Minley and Gurdon on most of occasions trying to bowl deliveries that were right up to the stumps. Well, they got 2 back in the pavilion in Matthew Nandu and Kevlon Anderson, both of them being bowled down. So it has worked for them on this pitch, but we want to see them be a little bit more consistent on that back of a linked delivery. I mean, some of these deliveries, like that one.
That's the length and he's gone. That's the length and he's gone. Again, I'll say this. When you bowl back of the length, our players, they do struggle. And I have my opinions. Why would you see bowlers bowl so many half volleys to allow batsmen to drive at them? Look at that. Perfect length batsman in no man's land. He didn't go back, he didn't come forward. take away the full ball from those guys, and they struggle. That probably would have just hit middle stump, 3/4 way.
Yes, good decision by the umpire, coming round the wicket, pitched on target, and definitely going on to hit the stumps. And we were just talking about being too full, and that back of a length delivery got his man, and Savory has been sent packing here. And 31 for the loss of 3. Here again, Clyde, the new ball doing the damage for both teams.
Yes, and listening to cricket or somebody tell you the score tomorrow, you say, wow, that must have been a green and nice spicy pitch at the stadium. As I could see it, it's a good pitch. Probably if I had to say anything, it probably still is a little bit too slow in my liking, not enough bounce. But having said that, the fast bowlers has been able to get something out of it.
And that shows consistency is very, very important. And bowling those half volleys or maybe full deliveries that we see some of our batsmen in the Caribbean just pushing forward. On the international scene, many of those deliveries will have been disappearing back past the bowler or through the V's. So that's something our fast bowlers must learn. This man that has come out in the middle, Leon Johnson, that 150 in the first innings, and yet again, he's been called upon to do the job for his country.
Well, Harper Eagles need another partnership. They need somebody, or two players to stand up. Tage is out there, he's on 6, but faced 23 deliveries. And sometimes maybe that is what it's needed, just to wear down the bowlers a little, see them shine off of this ball. And then thing. But at the same time, if bad ball presents itself, you have to put them away. Half volleys, you have to put them away.
And Leon Johnson was definitely playing at that one there and beating all ends up.
A little bit of a lazy shot from Leon Johnson. Obviously, he may be a little tired still, because he's batted for a long time yesterday. Had to be in the field all morning, just not getting his feet going as yet.
So Guyana, despite having that 163 lead on first innings, the job has not yet been done. And another tight delivery, just short of a good length this time from Mindley. So he's just beginning to learn. Can't be bowling every single ball right up. Well, he will tell us he got success there. Nicely turned off the pads, and he's going to be on his way here, Leon Johnson. Ball going close towards the boundary, and he'll come back and complete 2. So he's off the mark, 9 overs gone, and the score will rotate by 2. 33 for the loss of 3. Lots of threes on the board.
And I'm sure Minley wouldn't mind that shot because it was short pitch. Johnson was just working it on down. So I'm sure had he missed that, he would have gone up in the air. I'm thinking, well, that looks close. Harp Eagles, 278. Jamaica, 115. Harp Eagles again, 33 for 3. Certainly, game on. Game on, Harp Eagles in the driving seat.
Yes, so true. And this game of cricket is never finished until the last run is scored or the last ball is being bowled. There was a drive down towards short cover. Gilzine is in the way. Good diving save. To my mind, it had what it takes to whistle past him, but he anticipated well. Tejnarain Chandapal, he has not scored heavily in his last 7 innings, be it Test cricket, regional 4-day cricket, or practice games on tour. He will want to come good.
I think that's why he's looking to bat. He's looking to bat and to bat long. We know he loves to bat long. And I think that's what he's trying to do here, to ensure that the Harp Eagles puts up a good score.
I'd like to say hello to Kamil Puran, who has made his debut for Trinidad and Tobago in this match that they are playing. And he plays for the Hawaiian Arctic in Canada. And those guys are extremely happy that one of their players have finally gone into the Trinidad and Tobago team. So they're wishing him all the best. And any youngster around the region who has talent and their team thinks highly of them, they're given the opportunity, we wish them all the best too. Chanderpaul just walking across the stumps and allowing that one to go by.
I think young Chanderpaul is doing the right thing. He's trying to cover that off stump. And the first innings he got bowled on not covering off stump. If you look at him now, he's looking to play at those deliveries, then when he picks up the line, leaves alone.
Well, he can be like the Berlin Wall on his day, Tejnarine Chanderpaul. Puts a high premium on his wicket. And he seemed to sort out things nicely. And you're right about that, Clyde. In the first innings, he didn't really understand what happened until the ball cannoned into the stumps. So he has learned from that.
Total misjudgment.
Yes. And today we saw too, Matthew Nandu, he did know what happened. Played down the wrong line to delivery pitch full. Anderson too.
I think it's the length that got Nandu and Anderson. If you look at the length, actually, all they were coming forward. The ball wasn't right up there for them to drive at. I think that's what got them out. And, one of the things, and we talk about this all the time, it's preparation and how we prepare to play this type of cricket. At this level of cricket, you don't expect to get the amount of half volleys that, for example, Anderson making his debut got this today. He got about 4 or 5 half volleys in a few overs. That don't happen often in cricket. So, or you make use of them, and he did, which was good to see. But as soon as the ball was back pitch, we saw the struggle. And we saw it in the first innings as well, when you make uses of his half volleys with the back pitch deliveries, which you're supposed to be able to defend or work for singles. I think that's where our batsmen are struggling.
And that's where Niall Smith got most of his wicket from. Got short of a length delivery that swerved away from the batters. And beaten too, when he got into that corridor, presented a lot of trouble. Johnson walks away. He knows that his team needs him again out in the middle, the skipper.
Remember Roach a few years ago?
Yes.
Just bowling that back of the lane, getting the ball to move, especially away from the left-handers, and they all struggled against him.
Yeah, and I remember that Kemar Roach doing magic with the pink ball, Clydie. Well bowled by Mindley. Lovely delivery, short of a good length and making some height off the pitch too.
Again, we see that length. That length causes a lot of West Indian batsmen trouble.
How do we overcome that, Clyde?
Practice. Practice and more practice playing those length deliveries.
And so often we see our batters practicing in the nets and so on, Clyde. Well, what do you call that piece of instrument that the guy gets the ball to the batters with?
The arm, I think they call it.
The arm.
Which means the ball comes out of it much quicker than if you just bowl it.
And we observed on passing those practice sessions on a daily basis right here at the back of the stadium. We've seen much of those bowling they do with that piece of instrument being full deliveries, half volleys. What? He's gone, taking out the second attempt by the second slip fielder.
Well, Leon Johnson is not going.
He's not moving anywhere.
He thinks it's dropped before. I think the umpires are going to confer, and they will decide.
And he's asking his partner, Dave Tejner and Chandrapal too, what has happened? I see Chandrapal just nod the head. Is he sending Johnson, or they feel it went into the ground? We shall see.
The umpires will decide
Yes.
soon. They're together now, and I think we'll see them deciding whether that carried or not. Oh, I think that went straight into his arm. It looked
Or
that way to me. It looked like if it went in.
Is it the arm, the boot stop, and then to the keeper? Well, the
Well,
umpires will have a decision to make. Let's look at it again.
Leon Johnson is on his way, so we don't have to look at it again. Leon Johnson's on the way. It's just a confer with straight into the boot and then up back in the air.
Yes, onto the tip of the boot, in the air, and the keeper, Aldane Thomas, took it. They were very jubilant. I think Johnson did the right thing. Tej Narayan Chandapal was watching, and I saw Tej nodded his head to Johnson to say, that's it. And that's a huge blow that Marquino Mindley has caused on the Harpy Eagles.
He's got no 4 now?
Yes, 4 for 24. And the Harpy Eagles in their second innings, they're in serious trouble.
And again, that length. That length, that's important. To us, so that's another good delivery, just short of a length outside off stump. Leon Johnson, not being very positive, just more or less look to push the ball out on the offside. Got the edge. It actually carried. We have seen many deliveries that got those edges that didn't carry. That one actually went a long way, even though it didn't have no sort of bounce.
Yes, and this is the 11th over with this brand new ball. Imlach comes out in the middle. And if you think Jamaica, they were in serious trouble, 54 for 6. Look at the Harpy Eagles. They're 33 for the loss of 4. So the Scorpions are stinging at the moment. And you know Scorpions, when they sting, they have venom. That could be deadly.
I hear you. Yeah, they've bowled well. Minley has bowled well. And the thing is, Gordon hasn't gotten any wickets. But he's been very tight at the yard end. He's kept things very tight. He's hold on to his length. He's hold on to his line. And not giving him any free run. So he's supporting his other fast bowler. And he's supporting him well. And we did see the same pattern when Guyana was bowling this morning. Niall Smith got the first 4. Then
Beaton got 2.
got 2. So one is hoping that that's not going to happen here now. We'd have
Yes.
to wait and see.
Well, the Harpy Eagles will be looking for a partnership right now. This man, Tevin Imlach, who has just come out in the middle, thought he played extremely well in that partnership with his skipper, Leon Johnson, in the first innings when he scored 46. He looked very solid, batting in the middle order. That one came back, but after passing the end of a successful over here by Mindley, it's 33 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, very good over from Minley again, testing the batsman. And that last delivery, you could see how it actually curved back into the right hand. Judged it well, Hemlock, and allowing it to go through to the wicket keeper. Guess this would be the last over before tea. Certainly. The Scorpions would be very happy with how this session have gone. Pattern. First day, new ball. Scorpions stung. Second morning, new ball. The Eagles certainly soar.
196 on now. You add that 163 that they had on first innings. And with just 6 wickets standing and 2 days to go. But Tejaner and Chandapal here, we know him, we know his class, and he has judged the ball nicely outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, he has. But what I like is with Gordon here, he has decided not to try anything. My teammate is getting wickets. I am going to keep things tight from one and make the batsman do something different.
Yeah, that's right. So, reliable personnel has just indicated to us that tea will be taken at 10 minutes after the hour of 3. maybe because of that half an hour that was taken prior to the lunch session. Well, that is what we've been told. So Gordon still hunting his first wicket in the second innings here. And look at that slip cordon. Bonner, Blackwood, and Leroy Logg. By the way, Tej Narain Chandapal is batting here, covering that off stump. He's asking the bowler to go a little bit wide, and that is what Gordon is doing. And he's not been forced into any shot whatsoever. And the longer Tej stays there, the longer he becomes a stumbling block in the way of the Scorpions. So, Nicholas Gordon, young, strong fast bowler. He too will want to join the party. They say fast bowlers, Clydie. Hunting peers.
Or in packs. It's a good area again. This time making the batsman play out on the offside. Soft hands.
And the Harpy Eagles, they know how to fight back as well. They have been in this situation on a number of occasions. And he's driving, that's gone through the offside field, through the covers, and out towards the boundary for 4. Lots of flair and panache in playing that shot.
That's patience. That's patience. He's been batting there, waiting. Gordon decided he had to try something a little different. 4 runs.
Yes, and actually, Clydie, they're going to take tea as they march off there, and it might very well give the Harpy Eagles a little breather. 37 for the loss of 4.
Yes, it does, but it also gives the 2 fast bowlers a little breather as well. So
Yes, I agree with you. So we can say to you, the Scorpions, they were bundled out for 115, and in reply in their second innings, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 37 for the loss of 4. We'll take a little break. Do join us in another 20 minutes for more commentaries from Providence.
Good afternoon once again and welcome back to Providence. We continue with this round 4 Cricket West Indies regional 4-day match. Guyana Harpy Eagles against the Jamaica Scorpions. Scorpions batting a second time at tea in all sorts of trouble, 37 for 4. They bowled out the Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings for 115. Scorpions batted badly in their first innings, and now the Jamaica Scorpions having the Eagles on the ropes in their second innings. However, with a lead overall of 200 runs, Guyana Harp Eagles can be somewhat comforted by that. But extremely good bowling, again, by the seamers in this game, putting the Jamaica Scorpions in a position to come from behind and make it a competitive one. Mindley will pick up the attack after tea. 6 overs, 4 for 24 with 1 maiden. Nicholson Gordon sharing the new ball with him. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 11. John Ramsing welcoming you back to Providence alongside Indrajit Prasad, Matsuki Soon and Clyde Butts standing by. 37 for 4 at tea, Indrajit, 200 runs lead. Guyana Harp Eagles comforted by the lead, but in all sorts of trouble in their second innings. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, John. Hello to listeners and viewers. Yes, you're correct. There's still a lot of time in this game. So you just can't take chances in the game of cricket.
First run after tea, Imlak. Imlak now joining forces with Tezra and Chandapal. Chandapal hitting 2 boundaries so far from 35 balls faced for 10 runs. But somehow not looking totally comfortable as yet is because Mindley and Gordon using the new ball very well.
Certainly, they have used the new ball very well, and they have a barrage of fast bowlers in their team because we yet to see Shields and Durval Green and Blackwood too inclined to bowl some medium pace bowling. So that is what they will very much unleash on the Guyana Harp Eagles.
That one just jumped and shunned the ball a little bit. So Blackwood on the attack, 3 slips in play. What you're noticing here with Mindley, look how wide of the crease he's running. And with that action of trying to get that ball to come back into the left-handers, just the way he got Matthew Nandu in this innings, and in the first innings, the way he got Chandapal out. He's looking to repeat that type of delivery coming around the wicket.
That's a very good observation, John. Wide of the crease, like that one. And I've seen of recently, Tej Narayan Chandapal just jumping a little. I'm wondering to know if the ball is taking a little bit to get off the pitch. His timing is a little bit off. Normally, when you see him moves across and gets in behind, it's a lovely, smooth rhythm that we are seeing. But in this innings here, we have seen him jumping, getting in line, getting in behind the ball. I'm not too certain what's exactly happening.
Gives the impression he was playing inside the line. He did eventually, but I think it was after he was beaten outside his off some there, Chandapal. Remember, just came back from South Africa. Did not get the type of runs he was looking for in South Africa. Played 6 test matches so far, young Chandapal. 2 in Australia, 2 in Zimbabwe, and 2 in South Africa. Mindley was on that tour of Australia, just bowled 2 overs and broke down. We see Mindley and Chandapal having some words moments ago. But lots of time in the afternoon session still to go in the Jeet. So with 4 wickets down for the Harpy Eagles in their second innings, they have to consolidate, or else they're looking down a barrel and maybe bowled out this afternoon if they're not careful.
Yes, all those are possibilities. Do they have what it takes to stay there? Yes, they do. And that's gone. There's an appeal for a leg before. And Bunny is asking what's going on. That ball was trickling onto the stumps. The bails weren't dislodged. There were anxious moments there, John.
The end of the first over after tea. Guyana Harp Eagles. Just a single in that over. Some anxious moments for Tejan Chandapal, test player. Tewisi Mindley, wide of the crease again. Ball came back, beat the bat of Chandapal, and umpire Shannon Crawford, perhaps thinking the ball is going to go down the leg side, and Chandapal almost hit the ball back onto his stump, and then he had to do a second touch to get it away from his stumps. He survives. Dorval Green to continue. Black, more runs for him after tea. Oh, just a single.
And a good single there too, taken by Imlak. Played it nicely. Tejan Chandapal has used this strategy and to counter the movement of the deliveries. Just not walking across the stumps, but getting in behind of it. Nice open stance upon impact with the bat. And with Green offering something differently, he's just retaking his guard as well.
Good assistance from this Providence track for the seamers. We did say that was going to happen because of the amount of grass. We get lots of lateral movement. What I've noticed since the last game, Volcanoes against the Scorpions, lack of the use of the gully. The gully was not in place. Means that there's no exaggerated bounce, and the bowlers are not prepared to bowl too short either. Full, a little bit of lateral movement, and I think that's enough. There we go again, perfect delivery. And there we see Chandapal nodding his head, acknowledging that Dorval Green has bowled a pitch of a delivery to him.
And he was genuinely beaten by that one, closer to the line of the off stump. Well bowled once again by Dorval Green. And this man is giving his heart out for the Jamaica Scorpions with bat, with ball, and very talkative out in the middle to Dorval Green, sharing advices. And this is what you want to see, a real team man.
Runs for Chandapal after tea. He gets 4 of them. That was just badly lined by Dorval Green. Before tea, we saw Nicholson Gordon bowling 6 overs, none for 11, tight, but did not get anything in that 4th column. After tea, Green sharing the ball with Mindley.
And that was beautifully played, John. We saw that Dorval Green holding the back of his head, but he got it in the meat of the bat. Deliberate shot, nice wristy movement. And he knows there's a scoring opportunity down at fine leg, long leg region. Capitalize.
In my last stint, Matthew and I were speaking about the lovely island of Jamaica. And I was trying to get into some of the places I have heard of, because the only place in Jamaica I was at or I visited is the airport, being in transit for a couple of hours. But you were on the island. I guess you really enjoyed your time across there. As Dorval Green bowls a dot ball to win his first over in the second innings. Harp Eagles 43 for the loss of 4.
Well, John, it could be the White Cliffs of Dover, the Grand Canyon. I'll never ever love another place like the way I love my home country, Guyana. But if I have a chance to ask for a visit, I'll forsake everybody else and go to Jamaica. Love that country. That's a great country. Yes, I spent some wonderful time there and reached wonderful people as well. My first trip was at Alpart. We went into the heart of the tourism place, Montego Bay. From the time you were just landing with that aircraft and you saw the tail part, which is a monument of Air Jamaica at the airport there, you know, and there's something of Bob Marley too. You're touched by those experiences. And yes, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the food, the hospitality. Had some curry goat there, jerk chicken, and Appleton too. Had a taste of it with my Barbadian friends. When they had enough, I found it difficult to understand their speech.
No managed water?
No, I didn't. But I heard about it. And it's a big thing there in Jamaica, made with ram goat liver, saijan, and a few other things, secret things that they put inside. And barbecue breadfruit as well. Ackee and saltfish, I had it. I was told the very ackee that is so tasty, if you don't know how to prepare it, and you get in contact with the seed, it could be poisonous as well. They compare it with the honeybee, and I'll tell you why. They said the honeybee is so useful, you can get honey that it's made from the mouth, but there is a sting in the other part as well.
I've heard some names, like Trelawney, there's a sporting complex there. Halfway Tree, Mobile, like you mentioned earlier, of course, Sabina, Discovery Bay. We really think about those names, make it very interesting. You really want to find out more about a Rasta.
Yes, music right on to the wee hours of the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. We were at Mandeview Inn, and they were having a party down the hill. Man, and I tell you, you could have feel the vibration there. It was absolutely splendid. And, you know, I was telling Clydie, we read The Young Warriors in secondary school, and we were intrigued with the lives of the Maroons. Youngsters going through the test to become a soldier in the Maroons family. David and Uriah and Charlie, and they lived up the Blue Mountains. Well, when I had my first look at that mountain, it looked real blue, and I felt that one of my dreams came true. As a little boy, I wanted to know if that mountain is exactly blue. With the mist and the dust and the sunshine, it's blue.
I've had my taste of Blue Mountain coffee. First run off the Marquina Mindley over. 1 to Imlak, Wendy over. RP Eagles progressing to 44 for a loss of 4 over a lead of 207. What about the beaches of Jamaica, Indrajit? Any beach time?
No, we hadn't any beach time, but the place that we stayed there was the Breezes Super Club and Resort. So they had beaches there that we could have gone, you know, and spend some time. Absolutely splendid. I witnessed a barefoot wedding by some Canadians that came across. A nice little conversation going on there in the red stand. It looks as though it's, I don't want to give my mouth liberty, it looks like daddy and daughter.
Yes, father and daughter indeed. I've had lots of encouragement to go visit Jamaica, and I will do so very soon. Good delivery to start a new over. Darvel Green squaring up Tevin Imlak. A bit of footballing from O.J. Shields prevents the boundary. Imlak has time for 2 runs. The Reggae Boys, a big thing in Jamaica, so some football work from Shields.
And John, keep your dreams alive. This game of cricket is so dear to us that it helps you to achieve some of your dreams. It is this game that took me to many different islands in the Caribbean. This is the game that took me to the United States of America.
More runs for Imlak and for the Guyana Harp Eagles. The chase is on. But Mansing will come second in that race. And now a boundary again. And 50 is on the board for the Harp Eagles and their second innings, 50 for 4 in the 16th.
Yes, and I always remember Simon Crosskell. When I was across there, I had a chance to work with him. He came to the airport to collect the entire commentary team. And Simon, hello to you if you're listening to us. He knew that I'm coming from Guyana, and the only East Indian on the team. So he wanted to see Indrajit Prasad. So when he saw the team landed there and he saw me, he knew right away I was Indrajit, and it is beautiful Jamaican asset. He's like, my dear friend from Guyana, Indrajit Prasad, boy, welcome to the land of Jamaica, the land where the girls are brown like, you call the fruit? The brown like? No, Sapadilla, you're correct. And he had other few words to say, but you know, he made us feel so comfortable.
Substitute fielder Merchant is on the field. The two more to Chandapal. So free-flowing partnership now developing between Imlak and Chandapal. 20 runs already for the 5th wicket.
They're so proud of their heroes. You'll hear them talk about not only Bob Marley and Chris Gale, but they'll talk about their sprinters as well. Usain Bolt, Ellen Thompson, that little dynamite Shelley Ann Fraser Price. Then there was Merlin Ottey prior to that. She led that Jamaican sprinting quartet for a number of years. There was also Brown, Johan Blake, the land of speed, Jamaica. And of course, John, different countries in the Caribbean, they have their different flavor. Guyana of itself, such a beauty. The other islands you talk about, the sunshine, their beaches, hotels, and so on. In Guyana, I always say, if natural beauty is your idea of paradise, come here. This is the place to indulge in. Waterfalls and creeks and mountains and valleys, savannas.
Not a good delivery. It's pitching and straightening up on pitching. And Chandapal is beaten outside his off, some 20 over. 53 for the loss of 4.
We mentioned the bays in Jamaica. Those are tourism attraction site. So many different places you can go. Here in Guyana, you hear people talk about the Kaieteur waterfalls. That in itself is a beauty. The highest single drop waterfall in the world, 741 feet down into the Potaro River. That by itself is a beauty that will certainly captivate the tourist. The Rupununi Savannas for a rodeo, how can you miss it? The Bartica Regatta. Our cuisine, our people, you know, here in Guyana, the hospitality has no limitations whatsoever.
Kite flying on the 63 beach and the Georgetown seawall and the coastline of Guyana. I want to say Ramadan Kareem to all the Muslim brothers and sisters. We're in the middle of Lent as well, and Nawrat for our Hindu brothers and sisters. Very auspicious season in Guyana for all of the major religions.
And John, this is what makes Guyana such a unique and lovely country. We are able to live side by side each other, irrespective of our religious persuasion. We all enjoy each other's company. It's very difficult to find that in many parts of the world that consider themselves economically of a higher standard than us. But we have maintained this brotherly and sisterly affection over the years. So we have become an example to the world. John, look at that fellow up there.
I actually visited many parts of Guyana. You mentioned the Rupununi Savannas. Wow, when you speak of mountains in the Jeet, those are where you find some of the biggest mountain ranges you will ever see anywhere. And that rolling savanna, lush green, wow. Quick single. Parts of Region 8 as well, where the mighty Kaieteur is. Kaieteur is one of the national parks in Guyana, one of the wonders as well. Many other waterfalls in that part of the country, to go with mountains that look as if they're manicured on a daily basis and well kept. Then they have some with longer and bigger trees. You're looking down from that one-engine aircraft. It looks as if you're looking on a farm of broccoli. And then some other beautiful rapids and waterfalls, freshwater lakes
In abundance.
in abundance.
You mentioned all those waterfalls, St. Daniel's, Dadanawa waterfalls, and one of the most beautiful ones. I mean, Kaichor has its own beauty, but the Orange Joke, that cascades and meanders on a set of different slopes. It's amazing, you know, when you go to those places. I would like to visit one I've never visited. There's one that is called the Bad Woman Falls. I've never gone there, but it is in existence. A lot of tourists would have gone there. And it's given that name because it spreads out in different directions. I see Andrew Singh, our technician here, giving a little mocking smile.
I love some of the names as well. You mentioned that. There's Cow Island, Monkey Island, Devil's Rock. A little bit of chatter going on with Mindley and the batters. They're holding firm, however. Partnership pushed on to 22, 55 for 4.
Yes, John, and all those names can be attributed to the presence of the Guyana's first people or indigenous people, the Amerindians. That man, Sunil Joshua, the cameraman, I'm wondering to see how is it he's seeing through those shades.
He's quite an example of what you were speaking of earlier. Guyana, a melting pot of every little thing. He has every little thing in and around him.
Yes, and Guyana this year once again. Yes, Sunil, we see that wave will be hosting quite a lot of matches in CPL, including the semifinals and the finals.
Beautiful shot from Tejaran Chandapal. Get some runs here. 2. He's playing it forward of square on the offside. Nice control looking shot. CPL towards the latter part of the year in Guyana. Second consecutive year that Guyana will be hosting the finals week of CPL, the biggest party in sport. CPL, in fact, will be making a big announcement next Wednesday in Trinidad and Tobago. So we will be able to share that information when it becomes available. Yeah, second of 3 years. Last year, shattered all records in terms of attendance. And as a country, as a host nation, in terms of revenue spent and earned as well. Some more records there. So CPL playing its part financially or economically. And many persons already asking for the dates for this year's tournament.
Yes, so through Capo Lals and his family, actually he called me yesterday and he's waiting on the announcement, but he was asking me what are the dates. So I said, boy, you have to wait until CPL make those announcements. But what he did, he booked his ticket from the 18th right on to somewhere around the 28th. And he said, there are 15.
That's a beautiful shot again. So more room outside his off stump given by Dorval Green, and Chandapal rocking back and cutting it nicely, square of the wicket. 4 runs. Not trying to hit it too hard in the jeet, just finding the gap, putting a little bit of weight on the back foot.
Yes, and that's a typical Tej Narain Chandapal. Called it correctly, transferred the weight onto the back foot. He had good balance, and all he did was to steer it through and getting the boundaries. Yes, Mr. Lalsa said to me that 15 of them, they're coming from North America, and they want to ensure they get everything right. They're coming here for a party, not only the cricket, but it's the cricket that is actually bringing them And that party, John, will include food, drinks, and visits to the various places.
So whenever I go around as well, persons will ask, so what is there to do in Guyana? I said, whatever you would like to do, it is available in Guyana. Pick your poison. Because indeed, whatever is your take. Whether you
We
want
have things to offer.
the outdoor, the indoors, architecture, history, scenery, whatever it is, we have it here in Guyana. Green completes his third over, none for 20. Harp Eagles batting a second time, 61 for 4.
Yes, John, and the partnership so far between these two, Imlak and Tejnarain Chandar Paul, has moved on to 28. And another big thing, big sports in Guyana that normally bring people from outside of the country too, is horse racing. We talk about the Rising Sun Turf Club, and then up in the Quarantine as well, there is Bushlot. There is also the Port Morant Turf Club. Those are all venues, and then Nan Pasadas introduce their straight races. So horse racing is a big thing too. And this is how sports must always be treated. It's just not sports or a game that you play, just like the rice industry, the mineral industry. Sports must become an industry, and that is what we are striving for here in Guyana.
OJ Shields now into the attack. Minley, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 24, replaced. Extra bounce already from OJ Shields. Sometimes when you go to Berbice, or easternmost county, for those not familiar, you have to ask yourself, which is bigger in terms of attraction in Berbice, whether it's cricket or horse racing, because they're both well attended, and persons just love it both.
That's the reason why they never put the two of them together at the same time.
Runs beginning to come now for the Guyana Harp Eagles after tea. Chana Paul, 23, missed out in the first innings. Nandu, no score. Anderson, 4 fours in 22. Savory, 1. Johnson, 1/5 in the first innings, not out. 2 today. Got out. A ball that was edged to second slip, took the boot of the fielder and went into the gloves of the keeper. Had to take a freakish dismissal like that to get rid of Johnson, who's been in extremely good form this season.
Yes, and John, having spoken about Guyana and Jamaica, I mean, we here in the Caribbean, we consider ourselves a Caribbean man because despite in South America, we are closer to them than many South American nations. You know, if we are to survive as a people in the Caribbean, it needs a collective effort. And that makes CARICOM even more relevant today than in the past, when we can pool our resources together, not only as a cricketer nation per se, the Caribbean, but in other fields as well. And, you know, the signs are looking good. And take, for example, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Mottley, along with the President of Guyana and the Guyana government and Barbadian government. They're looking to make a food hub in Barbados, you know, and Guyana and different parts of the region. You can bring our people together. They're even looking at a water transport system. And these are exciting times because as these things begin to take shape, it simply means more transportation, more coming together of our people. And we can't solve the problems of our people as a state. We must be able to collectively around the region pool those resources if we are going to survive in a changing world.
Partnership now 30 runs. 63 for a loss of 4. Shields now into his first over. Runs as well for Imlak. Did not get a boundary, but will come back for the second quite comfortably. So the runs flowing now after tea. Shields' first over coming to an end. 65 for 4.
Thank you, John. 65 for 4. Harpy Eagles from 19 overs, so they lead by 228. Imlak has looked good with a couple of nice shots, one through forward square. Chandrapal, on the other hand, grafting his way. He's got 24 from 59. Clyde Butts has joined me, so we've had a double change. It's the final session to end day 2. A lot of wickets have fallen today. 15 wickets. Another run to Chandrapal brings Imlak on strike. 25 from 6 to 1. Clyde, good afternoon. Cool conditions now. We're getting down into the last lap for day 2. A lot of wickets have fallen today, 15. We said earlier, nothing is wrong with the pitch. 66 for 4. I think the Harpy Eagles will be very thankful for that 163 lead in the first innings. Similar batting displays thus far in the first innings when they were 55 for 4 at lunch.
Imlak has come in and he's looked good. He's been very positive in his approach. And in the meantime, Tej Chandrapal, who earlier was really dogged and looking to stay there, has started to score. So this partnership is starting to grow. This partnership is starting to put a lot more pressure on the Scorpions.
Third to 3 for the 5th wicket so far. You've got to give credit to the bowlers in this match so far for both sides. They've bowled very well. Especially the fast bowlers. Kamal chipped in with 3 wickets as the left-hand orthodox spinner, but the fast bowlers have done very, very well here in this game.
Yes, they have. They've bowled in good areas. Kept things fairly tight. Yes, you would say that they've bowled a few half volleys as well, but generally I think they've bowled well. They've bowled very well.
"20 overs gone in the Harpy Eagles' second innings, 66 for 4.
I think with this partnership, if Scorpions don't break it quite soon, the game could be slipping away from them, I would think, because already at It's a decent score. You've still got 6 wickets in hand, and I'm sure the Scorpions don't want to be chasing 300 runs in the last innings of this game. They'll be thinking, well, if we can restrict the Harpy Eagles to a lead of just about 300, they may have a chance. Anything over that, I think the Harpy Eagles will win this game fairly comfortably.
Yeah, the Jamaica batting, the Scorpions batting hasn't done them justice so far in this tournament. This year, you look at the game against the Windwards last week, 101 and 233 all out, losing by what, 181 runs.
Your bowlers has done well in the first innings, like they did against the Windward Islands. But then your batting fails you by being bowled out for just 100 and a little and giving away a 100-plus lead. That's pressure. That's pressure, especially when you look at the score. The Harpy Eagles for 278, but they only got 100 and little. So that's pressure that you've put on yourself. You would back yourself in a regional 4-day game to score 250 or thereabouts.
And especially in your first innings, you want a good total on the tins. Uppercut. Nice shot. Picks up a boundary.
Good bowling good areas, not maybe to get 15 wickets in a day's play, but there has been some good bowling. I think the batting, I must say, taking out Leon Johnson from Guyana and Emlock in the first innings, played pretty well. And then the low order for Jamaica, the batting has struggled. Now we are seeing Chandrapal in the second innings here, looking to get a decent score. But the batting has certainly struggled. The bowling has been decent without being, I wouldn't say the bowling has been great, but it has been good. At first class cricket, you expect batsmen to be able to handle this type of bowling.
A bit disappointed that it's a shortened first class season this year. I mean,
I am. And I say my reasons may be a little different to others, but I'm not sure what other people think. But when you look at the whole scenario of how cricket being played in the Caribbean at the moment, I think you need as much cricket for your first class players as possible. I don't think the standard at club levels and so on around the region has improved over the years. I think it has declined. And if the standard cricket has declined, it means that your first class is going to decline. So what you need to do is have these guys play as much cricket as possible. I mean, ideally what should be happening in the region now, it should be a first and a second division. Cricket being played, your first team is playing and you have another set of players behind playing as well. But where would the money come from for that? Everything boils down to money as well, doesn't it?
yeah, that's another story altogether. The big cry in the region when it comes to sports and in particular cricket now is the money. Where's the cash flow? Well, I can tell you it's flowing in other parts of the world, for sure. Good delivery here by Dorval Green. As the over comes to an end, 22 gone, 76 for the loss of 4. Chandra Paul 27, battling his way through. Imlak 22, both in the 20s. Nandu a duck, Anderson 22, Savory 1, Johnson 2, the batsman out.
You're going to see a change. You're going to see 4 spin from the Scorpions. See Mansing.
That's the RP Eagles dugout there. Darwin Ned. I see young Brandon Corlett with his camera set. Nice view to the northeastern part of the ground. Backward ringing the changes. Abhijay Mansing will come in for a bowl, the 25-year-old. Early days, I think he's in his 4th match.
Second day of the pitch, you expect probably maybe he'll get a little bit more turn than he did on the first day. A little bit more turn and bounce.
Right-hand leg break bowler. Let's watch what he gets out of this pitch. Quick return into the bowler's end, but just wide of Mansing.
Just a little uncertainty with the 2 batters and whether to take a single or not. Yes, no, yes, no. Lucky thing, Chandra Paul got back in time.
Some leg spinners that would have played for the West Indies. Dan Raj didn't play too much. I think about 6 test matches. Dinanath Ramnarayan, Devendra Beshu. That kept low, hustled on to Chandra Paul, had to come down quickly, got bad onto it, kept it out. 23 overs gone, 76 for 4.
Quicker ball. Looking to go on the back for thinking that he will work that one. It skidded on, more or less, the slider. Skidded on, kept low. Chandra Paul did well to keep it out.
It's always good to look at what you have in the bank in terms of spinners in the Caribbean. Nice flowing cover drive. chase for Gilzine. They get 2. Nice shot. Through the covers, good flowing cover drive from Imlak. Looks in better touch in this innings. Loud appeal wraps him on the pad. Not out, says umpire Nigel Dugan. Very experienced umpire in his 61st first class match. Let's watch the replay.
Very close. Very close. The umpire obviously thinking that that would have just gone down to miss the make leg stump. The fielders are very disappointed, the bowlers and the fielders. Very, very disappointed. But that was close. That was very close indeed. We've had a few close calls in the past few overs. One to Chandra Paul, right arm over the wicket, getting the ball to angle in. And then this one to Hemlock. Very close decisions.
When the Harpy Eagles' 4th wicket fell in the first innings, then a lovely partnership developed between Johnson and Imlak. It produced 126 runs, I make it, for that 5th wicket. So these two will be looking to build strongly. 45 so far from 79 balls, this partnership. Chandra Paul 21, Imlak 24. And the good thing about today, Clyde, it's not been a very hot day. It's been a little bit cooler than yesterday. Yesterday was blistering sunshine, day 1. 24 overs gone, 78 for 4.
'78 for 4. Nice little partnership building here between these two. That's the traffic on the east bank of them. And you've got the Demerara Harbor Bridge, sorry. That is where the traffic is.
Always a busy area. Very busy. Without that bridge across the river, would have been a different story altogether in terms of transportation. That's a very busy corridor. New bridge set to be constructed not too long from now over that same river. And out in the middle, it's been a busy corridor as well. Wickets fallen, runs scored. Brilliant 150 from Johnson. 46 from Imlach. 36 from Anderson the first innings. And wickets fallen.
This is good tight stuff from Mansing, making the batsman play. And I think what he's got to do is still to be patient. He's not the bowler that really gives the ball a big rip. He's more or less consistent in his length and line. Your team needs you to be fairly tight, and then when you get a wicket, probably to pounce.
Full toss wide of the off stump, didn't put it away, straight to the man. Did Chandra Paul.
It's completed a maiden. Very tight indeed, keeping it very tight. And this is what first-class cricket is about. You've got a partnership. The bowlers have to regroup, start thinking about being patient, being tight, forcing the batsman to make their mistake. It's not every over that you bowl, you're going to get a wicket. You expect partnerships in cricket, and that's the time when you have to buckle down.
Two gentlemen in the green stand, just enjoying the atmosphere in the moment. Why not? We've got a few spectators around. Some in the red stand. Not sure I'm seeing any in the orange stand. A few in the green stand. Dorval Green continues. The thing about red ball cricket, you've got to plan. Team planning, very important. Every session, you have to have a good plan out there, whether it works or not, but you have to be thinking ahead all the time. Didn't get the timing he wanted, but he picks up a single. Rotate the strike. They've been doing that. Look at the red stand now, three gentlemen in front. Very relaxed. Enjoying the game. See one gentleman pointing out in the middle there, must be saying, well, I think that was a nice shot just now. It would always be nice to get a few more spectators to come in and watch red ball cricket, 4-day regional cricket. Initially, no games were slated to be played in Guyana, but changes have been made and 3 matches. And so far, well, last week's game produced a result for the Windward Islands, Volcanoes. Good victory for them. And now a good battle on between the home team and the Scorpions. The Harpy Eagles will play the Leewards next Wednesday, right here. That'll be a good one as well. You look at Cornwaller's been in good form with ball in hand. I think he got 11 wickets in the game before this one. Let's have a look at the replay. In a portion of the bat, into his pads, bounced out into the outside. Didn't get it where he wanted it, but he's battling on. The lead 242 now. "26 overs bowled in the Harpy Eagles' second innings, 79 for 4.
Yeah, not a tight over, just bowling on about that off stump, making the batsman play. And it's a very quiet period at this time, and you could understand why the Scorpions wanted to be quiet. They want to take wicket. As we looked at the two fellow commentators, they are relaxing. Look at them. They're having a ball. They need to come out and do some work.
One has to come on shortly. Yeah, our producer John Ramsing, Indrajit Prasad, we all know him. Our camera guys have done very well too. They've worked very hard. Andrew and the boys, Ronaldo, good job guys, well done, to ensure that this game is viewed all over the world in a very professional manner. Clean images, single taken by Imlak to bring Chandra Paul into strike. Over number 27 starts. Good work by our technical men, Clyde. We must say kudos to them. Job well done.
Sure is. It's amazing the improvement that we have seen from John and his team over the past couple of years.
More viewership now, so well, a lot of people as they travel around whichever part of the world and they can lock in on YouTube. Kept a bit low on the middle and leg stump.
I think that's where you have to be very careful on this pitch, especially with the leg spinner bowling. Normally you expect a leg spinner to get the ball to bounce, but he's certainly not getting it to bounce as much at this time. He's getting it to slide on, coming forward. So those back foot shots, you've got to be careful. You've got to look to play straight. You've got to put up the cross-batted shots for a little while and just look to play up in the fields and wait for the bad balls. Going for that sweep, hit it well, but it's straight to the man behind square.
.48 from 97 balls, the partnership for the 5th wicket so far. They'll want to keep building on that. A lot of time left in this game. 2 full days in the time remaining today. Stretching right forward, 27 overs gone in the Harpy Eagles' second innings. They're 81 for 4. That lead is continuing to build strongly. But that partnership is good so far. Nothing wrong with the run rate. The Harpy Eagles lead by 244, 3.00 that current run rate. That's fine. Never a problem. With so much time left in the game. But these are two youngsters trying to buckle down and play a long innings, this second innings. John Ramsing has joined me. Hello, John. Nice session. Testing period for two young batsmen. Of course, Chandra Paul, the test player. And Imlak looking to make a name for himself too and get up there. 28 and 26 apiece. Good little work done by these two so far. Hello, John.
Imlak best score this season, 46 in the first innings. So short of runs, showed lots of promise, batted long last season. 3 half centuries, got him into the West Indies A side. This season, not having the type of runs we saw last year. No runs dried up. Chanderpaul, just back from that test series, gets a single. And the partnership now 49. So both of these batters trying not only to bat time, spend time at the crease to get back some confidence and some form, but also coming together with the team in all sorts of trouble at 33 for 4. So they had to really graft and rebuild. So 49 runs for this partnership so far. Just what the doctor ordered. Single to bring up 50 runs between the pair. Turn that into a double. Looking at the outfield of the Jamaica Scorpions as well, you can see, and it's only fair, they're getting tired. That 50 partnership from 102 balls. Nice workman-like partnership. They've lacked 3 boundaries, Chanderpaul 4. So lots of running in this partnership.
If you got tired because the sun was very hot out there, I didn't mind that. That can be an excuse, but not when conditions have been a bit cooler today. Why get tired? Maybe their minds are tired. They need a wicket or two, but they've got to work hard and improvise to pick up more wickets. You never slacken the rein. Of course, the batters have got their job to do out there, so they've got to put up a good fight. Avoid further loss in terms of wickets tumbling. But from a bowling perspective, you've got to do your work, read the game well, know when to ring the changes with your bowlers. Can't give up that easily. No need for them to be tired. They missed out badly in their first innings, making 115. That cost them a lot. So they've started in the negative. Over comes to an end, 84 for 4. Good returns to Minley. 4 plus 3 or 3 plus 4 makes it 7 in the match so far for him. And he's not finished bowling as yet. They've still got to pick up 6 wickets to close off the Harpy Eagles' second innings. And he can come back and pick up a couple more wickets. But 7 so far in the match, don't think you could ask for much more from him at this stage. Just like Niall Smith when he got the first 4. And then got that final wicket to pick up his third 5-wicket haul at the first class level. Carrying his tally to 40 wickets in his first class career. Kamal picked up 3, took his tally to 588. So these guys are doing well. But now the game is at a stage where you need a man Singh to bowl well. He got a wicket in the first innings. Can he put the Harpy Eagles batting under a bit of pressure? He's got a bowl with good variety. Short. Played through the cover area. 3 fours to Imlak and 4 fours to Chanderpaul. So you look at how they've batted. The idea is to buckle down, stay there, get the bat in practice, the runs will come. No 6 has been hit in this game so far. That back away slap shot through the offside, giving himself room for that single. That's a favorite shot of Imlak. But the day's been very cool and nice. Good day for cricket again, day number 2. Day 1, 9 wickets. Day 2, 15 wickets so far. Gets the single. Overcomes to an end, 87 for 4.
Single that took the lead to 250 runs. So the Harp Eagles, you can say 250 for the loss of 4. Remember, they had a lead of 163 in their first innings after bowling out Jamaica Scorpions cheaply for just 115. That also is another psychological advantage. But now we're seeing Blackwood coming into the attack. Started in the first innings bowling off spin, eventually shared the second new ball. Well, bowled a few overs after with the second new ball. Got a wicket yesterday afternoon late. The wicket of Runsford beaten. So perhaps looking to bring himself on now to break this partnership. 54 runs for the 5th wicket between Chandapal and Imlak. And he's going to be bowling off spin now.
Some captains love to bowl. Craig Brathwaite does that as well. He comes on and bowls a couple of overs. Picks up wickets as well. If you've got the talent and you feel you can make a difference, why not? Leon Johnson has bowled a couple of leg breaks as well in his career. I remember him bowling in a match at Border that I was umpiring in. I think it was a first division game, Leon Johnson. And he got that ball to turn. I was very surprised, bowling leg breaks. And he turned that ball a lot at Border. I said to him afterwards, Leon, I didn't know you could have turned the ball that much. He just laughed. He said, man, said, just trying a thing. Throwing the hand over. The little paddle sweep.
It's a shot Imlak has been working on. He has a reverse sweep as well. He's been working on this shot, and he brings it out when he's confident only. So I guess he's now growing in confidence, Tevin Imlak. He needs a score.
Plays a lot of that in the white ball cricket, those shots. He hasn't been that bad at all in white ball cricket. Very good. Has developed nicely in that format. Thirty overs gone, 89 for the loss of 4. If you want to be a rounded cricketer, here is where you've got to come good. Red ball cricket. A lot of white ball cricket being played all over the world, T20 formats, the 50 over format. See a gentleman looking on intensely out in the middle.
Lots of jewelry sporting on both wrists, all of his fingers. Mansingh to continue nonetheless. He's been very economical in this spell. Scorpions being a bit defensive. Deep fielders plugging up some very important gaps. You saw the sweeper coming into play.
I find regional captains go on the defense too quickly too. Got to mix defense with attack, set an orthodox field. Don't give away too much runs, but at the same time you've got to save runs, yes. The thing about Mansingh though, he's ball on good lengths, good line, but not a big turn of the ball. I think the Caribbean region would be happy to have some leg spin bowlers that can really tweak the ball, get the ball to talk. Don't have too many of them around.
I remember for Jamaica, there was Odin Brown. There was Damian Jacobs. And I heard you mention earlier Devendra Bishu for Guyana recently. Nagamutu before him. For Trinidad and Tobago, there's Imran Khan, Yana Karaya.
Saul has been knocked around for some runs in the white ball format. It's been expensive. Reality check for him, I suppose. But that's the thing about leg spinners. We're not finding top quality leg spinners. But the left-hand orthodox spinners have not been bad at all. And off spinners as well. Look at Rakeem Cornwall. Pretty good. We got 11 wickets in match before this one. In that match, I believe 6 and 5. I make it. He's been always good, always been steady and good there. The off spinner. But it's not leg spinners that are getting into the West Indies side now. Very interesting. It's more the orthodox spinners. Over comes to an end, 90 for the loss of 4.
At 90 for 4, Guyana Harp Eagles enjoying a lead of 253. Partnership between Imlak and Chandapal stretching to 57. And it's time for drinks on the second afternoon here at Providence. We'll also take a break for some drinks and we'll come back in about 3 minutes' time. So welcome back to Providence. 22 overs still remaining in the day's play. Whether we get that in, it's another story altogether. Blackwood is the bowler. He's going to continue bowling to Tevin Imlach, who's on 31. Matthew Kisoon has disappeared. He's gone for some coffee, maybe some Blue Mountain. We heard him speaking earlier about goat curry. Inderjeet, are you still a goat farmer, or are you just Sir Jeet, the teacher? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, John. Hello, listeners. Well, you have to be an all-rounder to survive. And living in the country areas of Guyana, it gives you the luxury of doing quite a few things. And goat meat is a delicacy, there's no doubt about that. That man, Andrew Mason, exposed my business, John. Hello to you, Andrew.
Inderjeet, the partnership here, 57. We saw at the water break. Appeal for a leg before. But Imlach backing himself with that reverse sweep. You saw him playing a conventional sweep in the previous over bowled by Blackwood. But a partnership developing. We saw the creases being remarked. Imlach and Chanapur, no doubt, who want to take fresh guards as well. Blackwood. We're looking to take his mark as well and break this partnership. 90 for a loss of 4. A maiden send-down after the drinks break. Still 21 overs to go in today's play. So lots of cricket still to be played. But the Harpy Eagles now, after 33 for 4, they're now fighting back 90 for 4.
Yes, the partnership was worth 57 so far. Imlach has to be a little bit more careful. You do not want to do all the hard work and then you select the ball where it's not there to play the reverse sweep. Have to be very careful. We saw Athenaeus played it to perfection in their match against Jamaica.
Just as we said, taking a fresh guard, Chanderpaul. Yeah, Athenaeus looked good last week, playing and reverse sweeping. Missed out on 100. And he's on a fighting half century again for his side against the Hurricanes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Well, he actually missed out twice, 82 in the first innings and then 97 in the second innings. Has a chance to score 100 in Trinidad and Tobago, and he is in awesome form at the moment. And it's good to see a youngster. You know, he has an abundance of talent. Good delivery here by Mansing.
So the pair of Dominicans at the crease at the moment for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Hodges on 61. Athenaeus is the captain on 85. The Volcanoes 158 for the loss of 2. Replying to 382 for 9 declared by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
And this is what you want to see, John. Our youngsters coming through, and they're not just scoring a good innings here and another one, another 3-4 match, then they score another good runs. You don't want that. You want them to be consistent. Athenaeus is very consistent. India will be coming down here, as well as England later in the year. So it presents an opportunity for our youngsters to get much more white ball cricket to play, force themselves into that test team.
A direct hit from Jamaica Scorpions, but Chanderpaul is safe. He's going to continue Mansing in his 6th over now. And if you're looking for consistency in the G, let's give you some scores in the other game. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 203 in their first innings. Barbados Pride, the defending champions, in reply, 271 all out. Batting a second time, TNT Red Force, 4 for 1. And that's the end of the over. So for the Red Force, they've lost the wicket of Amir Django, gone for 2, and Hakeem Jordan, just back from South Africa as well. He got his maiden call up for the test side, picking up Django very early, caught at a wicket for 2. Vikash Mohan, who was injured off the very first ball of this year's tournament, is back. He's on 2 not out with Captain Bravo, who's yet to get off the mark. So, Barbados, 271. TNT in their first innings, 203. And batting the second time, 4 for 1.
Yes, and we're looking to see how Trinidad and Tobago can recover from that. An advantage there for Barbados. There's some young guys. That's on the full toss and smacked away down towards the wide long on boundary for 4. Well, that's how you treat full toss. No place for it. Picked a spot nicely there, Tej Narain Chandapal.
He wouldn't miss out on that at all. Chandapal, 37 to him now, 5 fours. This partnership, they're mixing a little bit of aggression with lots of defense, good running, good communication between the pair.
There's another youngster making his way into the Trinidad and Tobago team other than Mohan. There was Puran as well.
The last time these two teams met in the Jeet was last year at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. That game playing out to a draw. But let's put in this high-scoring draw. Lots of runs scored there last year.
Remember Tej Narain Chandapal, John, you will recall that a big 100 in that game. Hemraj got a half century too, was a blazing knock. 115, in fact 95 for the loss of 4.
Last year, Jamaica Scorpions batted first 114 from Blackwood, an even 100 from wicketkeeper Alden Thomas, 51 from Alwyn Williams, who's not playing. 3 wickets to Pramal. In reply, 584. That's a beautiful shot. Good use of the feet from Tevin Imlak. Down the track and greeting that ball on the full and hitting it past the bowler who had no chance. And that's another way to treat loose deliveries. Imlak gets another boundary.
Yes, and that was a full-blooded drive. Knew exactly where he wanted to hit that one, Imlak, and looks good to driving within the V's on the offside.
Looking to duplicate the shot this time. Mansingh pushing it through a little bit. Yeah, Jamaica Scorpions last year 393 in their first innings. Harp Eagles replied 584. We mentioned Chandapal, 184. Chandapal Hemmer at 79. Leon Johnson, captain, 57. But then 85 ball 100 from Vishal Singh got the Guyana Harp Eagles to 584 runs in their first innings. And Jamaica Scorpions had to hold on. Campbell got 98, 67 to Leroy Lugg, 271 for 6. Then time was called in that game. Lots of runs last year at the Martin Sporting Complex. Swept away. Confident stroke now from Imlak.
Small ground, absolutely beautiful. I like it there at Diego Martin. Good infrastructure there. I understand that ground is under some rehabilitation at the moment too. Saw some massive sixes by Leroy Lugg. Sixes that went into residential areas, over the streets, into some fruit farms as well. We enjoyed it there. Nice atmosphere. and a high-scoring match like John mentioned.
A googly to end the over. Guyana Harp Eagles 99 now for 4 in their second innings.
And there is much more than the winning championship trophy to play for here, John. There's an entire career, especially for our youngsters. And of course, those that are with the senior team too. You want to ensure that you use these opportunities to stamp your authority on the game. There are still 3 4-day red ball matches to go after the 5th round. All those will be played in Antigua. So we're talking at one time, if you're going to have 14 members in every team, you multiply that 14 by 3 teams. You're having 52 players on display in that championship. So you're having more red ball cricket, more competitive cricket as well. And here is where the youngsters should be having their eyes on. That's another step. First, to get into the A team, and then into the test team. Augurs well for the developmental process in the region.
Blackwood continues, but doesn't look that threatening at all. Maybe we should go back to some seam up. Do remember for the Jamaica Scorpions, there's no Patrick Harty, there's no Jamie Merchant who played in the last match because of the assistance the seamers got in that game. Jamaica Scorpions making some enforced changes. Short ball just past the first slip fielder, and it's going to run away for 4, and that will be the 100 for Guyana Harp Eagles in their second innings. A little bit too close to cut, but he backed himself, but almost giving the first slip fielder a catch.
Yes, that was Palmer diving away at the 4-slip region there. Couldn't get a hand onto it, but it was in the air for a while. Blackwood should not feel disappointed. Bowl a few more like those. Give him the opportunity to cut. But he's beginning to look real dangerous here, Tejan Chandrapal. And you give the Cub a chance, and he's going to make use of it.
The Cub? What do you mean the Cub?
Yeah, because the dad is a tiger.
Quicker delivery to end the over. Blackwood now 4 wicketless overs completed. None for 10. 103 for 4. Yeah, the Cub is looking composed at the moment, 41. Imlak as well unfazed at the other end, 35. Partnership of 70 runs for the 5th wicket and growing. It's a rush hour here just after 4:30 in Guyana. So the East Bank corridor will become very busy. Well, busier. It's usually very busy as Mansingh starts a new over. You can see from Mansingh, not afraid to use the googly, unlike some other leg spinners. Will use it as a surprise delivery, but this time Mansingh, a heavy dose of googly is being served up.
Yes, and he has it in his repertoire, so he's using it. You want to use it, though, as a surprise element in your bowling. 4th season for the youngster.
At the start of the game, just after the toss, I saw him having some words with Veerasamy Parmal, congratulating Parmal for becoming the bowler with the most regional first-class wickets. So I saw him doing that and exchanging some pleasantries as well. Trying to get some advice from the legend.
And that's good to see, John. Despite you are competing against each other, you're from different territories, you're still brothers. This is the West Indies. And no doubt talking to someone like Premal and congratulating him, he might very well sneak into, how is it you can help me to improve? That is what you want to see.
Stage around Chandapaul, 207 not out against Zimbabwe in just his third test. In the last two test matches he played against South Africa, 22-10, 1-2. So he missed out in that series. Here he is now gathering runs for his domestic team. 42, spending time at the crease, very important for him. 118 deliveries, you can see there, faced already.
Yes, John, and I think in South Africa he went off the boil a little. But he got a baptism of fire in Australia in December last year. And that certainly he showed that he's up to the task. And cricketers do suffer these little things.
Steady stuff from Mansingh, but still cannot get a wicket. And after 37 overs in the Harp Eagles' second innings, they're 105 for 4. And the lead now, 268.
So Jamaica Scorpions will feel they have been pegged back a little here because of this partnership that has gone on to 72. And this has really gotten the Harpy Eagles back on track where they wanted to be. Blackwood, you could see him just rotating his bowlers. Still has Shields with just 2 overs. A little bit on the expensive side, 13. Might be thinking maybe at some time I have to bring him back with just about 10 overs remaining in the day's play. John has gone to get some tea. Hello to you, Clyde. This partnership continues to blossom.
4th wicket partnership. What's it? Fifth wicket partnership again. First innings was the same. We lost 4 wickets, then that partnership really took the game a little bit away from Jamaica, and it's happening again the second innings, and there's one constant, and that is Hemlock. He's out there again.
And you're right about that. In the first innings, played so beautiful until he got to 46. There's a drive off the back foot, heading out towards the boundary. Will it get there? No, it won't. Pulled back by the Jamaican speedster. That's Mindley. And they got two good-looking runs, too.
Yes, nicely pushed through the offside. I didn't try and hit it too hard. More or less just looking to work it into the space, and he was able to get a couple runs. But again, this is a very good partnership. And what it has forced Blackwood to do is to bowl his 2 spinners together. Well, having said spinners, Blackwood is more or less slow bowler. This time it's driven nicely in the same direction, but this time off the front foot into the boundary. 4 runs, 4 good-looking runs to Tej Chandrapal, and he's beginning to flow.
Yes, and because of that shot, he has gone on to 48. And once Blackwood bowls to that length, Tej is going to go after him. So let's see how Blackwood is going to respond here. This can be a little period where I think Blackwood might very well be putting in that man at the forward short leg, silly point area with Tej on 48. But he hasn't. Just changing the line of the delivery. Then 111 for the loss of 4, 38 overs gone.
Yeah, I think the Harp Eagles looking good. Tej has blossomed. When he was out there earlier on, he struggled a little, but he didn't give up. He stood there and fought. And he's known for yet Hemlock, Kevin Hemlock. He came in. And from the time he came in, he was flowing. He was flowing. I think that took the pressure off of Tej, and then he started to flow as well. So this partnership has grown nicely.
And Clyde, Imlach started this year's Regional 4-Day Championship, opening the batting for the Harpy Eagles. Didn't do well in that position. Maybe there would have been the thought of putting Savory to open the batting, but Savory was very comfortable batting at that number 4, number 5 position. Good-looking single here this time. And now he has the opportunity with Tej Narain Chandapal back to open the batting with Nandu. He has gone into the middle. And so far, 46 in the first innings.
I'm sure he started to open. I think it was Chandrapal Hemraj and
Nandu.
Nandu, who
yes,
started
you're right
this-
about that,
this
until Hemraj got himself injured.
injured, and then he had to fit in as the opener.
Right, you're correct.
But coming down the line, he's gotten a chance to relax, and you can see he's flowing nicely, and he's played a wonderful innings. And
Short of the back foot, he picks the gap between short cover and the extra cover and gets a single. So he moves closer to a half century.
And Hemlock has certainly flowed. He's batted under pressure in both innings, and he showed that he's capable.
Very compact, the right-hander, and looks the part. That's the reason why he has played in West Indies A team. And he's showing good technique as he played that shot, Clyde.
Yeah, he has good technique, especially off the front foot. And we did see one earlier shot that he played off the back with a little flick off the nice tying up high on his toes and flicking it past mid-wicket. Timed it beautifully, and he went into the boundary for 4. As a cricket analyst, I would say that was a shot for me of the day, and probably the shot of the match. Certainly it was a very good-looking shot. This time he's sweeping and sweeping, beating the man at backward square, and it's going to go all the way into the boundary for 4.
That's another good-looking shot. Picked it well, sweeping that one off the length of the delivery. Just look at this, straight down the leg side. And this is what you do as a batsman. Once the delivery is loose, you make maximum use of it. And he continues to bat well here, Tevin Imlak. Good to see the young brigade coming to the fore with some good experience. Tej has been there for a while, so he's seen as an experienced cricketer.
They are young brigades.
Well, let's say as far as the number of matches they've played so far for their country.
I know it was going to. Yeah, I'm sure
Yes.
Leon Johnson wouldn't like you to call him an old man. He's an experienced cricketer.
That's
but
right,
still
very
Still a
experienced.
young man, I would think.
117 for the loss of 4.
Still a young man in terms of cricket, I would say as well. So.
Yes, Tej Narain Chandapal is just 27 years of age. 58 matches prior to this. 3,297 runs. And of course, his highest in first class would have been that 207 he made in Test cricket against Zimbabwe, averaging 36.63 with 7 centuries and 12 50s to his credit. And the left-hander now from Unity on the east coast of Demerara. Just like his dad, very fidgety with the gloves. And he's on 49 in sight of another half century at this level. Can he get it with this delivery? We shall see. Blackwood is the man. Keeps him in check. Good delivery. Born and bred at Unity on the east coast of Demerara, off the back foot, pierces the offside field. He gets the first, will go back and complete the second. And Tej Narain Chandapal has scored his 13th half century in first-class cricket. Just raises the bat to his friends in the dressing room. Well played in his 58th game.
Well, he himself may say that that's not one of my greatest knocks, but I tell you what, in value, that values a lot, because had he not stayed out there and fought through that period when wickets were tumbling, the Eagles could have been in much more trouble. So credit to him, fighting through that little period and then flowing a little afterwards. And that's what batting is all about. That's what regional first-class cricket is all about. You have to weather those little tight storms.
So the Harpy Eagles continue to put pressure based on this partnership. And Imlak saw how Tej Narain Chandapal brought up his half centuries on 41. must be telling himself too, I must continue to be patient, do the same things I've been doing, and I can get there forcing this one and getting another single. So the rotation, that has been the hallmark of this partnership so far, the rotation of the strike. Blackwood is going to come over the wicket now to the right-hander. "40 overs gone. Harp Eagles in their second innings, they're 121 for the loss of 4.
Well, it may be that time when Blackwood would have to be thinking, should I bring back Nicholas Gordon? Should I give the other fast bowler a chance to come and bowl a few overs? Because he's only bowled 2. And I know that Minley has bowled a lot of overs. It's hard to really ask him to come now. Maybe right to the end we'll see him bowl a couple of overs, but he had that long spell. And it's hard to ask him really to come now for a spell. But he has to decide on what he's going to think, do he?
Yes, Minley, 9 overs, 4 for 28. And no doubt he'll be setting his mind on getting a wicket, but just need a little breathing space there when Blackwood feels it's going to be the time.
I think Marquinhos Minley is going to be coming back well. It's bowled a long spell, and I think he's being stretched now to ensure that he doesn't pull any muscles and so on. One just wonders if that wasn't supposed to be done during the over, when they were running up to bowl, when they were doing things. He should continue to stretch.
Just give him a little signal.
He said, it's time for you to come back. But he's got his stretch, he's ready and raring to go. Has bowled well in this game so far.
Yes, and Imlach knows he has a battle here because Minley has bowled particularly well. Good start to this other spell.
I was thinking maybe he would give Niles a few. Gordon hasn't bowled as well. His spell wasn't that long, but he was very tight, very economical. And sometimes in a game like this, those bowlers are important that they need to come back and bowl a second spell.
Well, they have to. Shields, just 2 overs so far that cost him 13. You can see the serious look on the face of Minley there as he walks back, just pointing to the cover, maybe come a little bit in. There's bad intent in that face. He wants a wicket.
That's a fast bowler's face. So you expect a fast bowler to be nice and smiling? Some did do it.
Yeah, we had some smiling assassins, they used to call them. So nothing loose whatsoever, Minley. He's been very disciplined here. Imlach knows that. You used to talk to yourself, Clyde, when you go there to bat in difficult conditions?
No. It's all about concentration. Playing each ball on its merit. But you see, I was different. I was a number 10, number 11. So a lot of times nobody expected me to bat long.
Never considered yourself a tail ender?
No, of course not. I always thought you could bat. Once you've got the bat in your hand, you need to go out there and bat. I used to always say, when it's in your half, it's yours. When it's in my half, it's my own.
That's right. Absolutely right. That's the approach. That should be the thinking here.
It shouldn't be the thinking for all batsmen.
Yeah.
For us lower order batsmen, that's how we thought.
It's a good thinking.
Of course. Because you're going to bowl me short pitch deliveries anyhow. So I'm not going to pat you and you bowl an off volley to me. I'm going to go after it.
Good bowling once again by Marquino Mindley. He's giving his all for the Scorpions here this afternoon. Just try a few, maybe 2, 3 deliveries in the over. You can get it short of a good length or what they call back of the length. Just to ensure that you have the batsman thinking where I should be on the back foot. How should I be playing it? Well, that's one short outside the line of the off stump.
Well, that's well bowled as well. You're looking to let the batsman know that if you come on the front foot, I'm going to try and get one up to you as well. So just letting Chandrapal know that I've got that in my armory.
Yes, and it's good to remind the batters often, I'm a fast bowler and this is it. Having Mindley having a little discussion there with Tej behind Chandrapal and Imlak, walking behind Tej there. Some friendly exchanges. So Imlak is well set. Tej Narain is well set. The partnership so far were at 89, 11 away from 100 partnership. And we saw Johnson and Imlak putting on that 100 partnership. So Nicholson Gordon has been brought back into the attack. 6 overs for 11. Good return hitting the stumps, but no damage done there whatsoever. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they continue to extend that lead. It has gone on out to how much? 285? 286, and that in itself, you know, when the Scorpions know that, well, they know that, they should, it's added pressure.
It is, and you still got 6 wickets to get. You still got 6 wickets to get. So you must be thinking, look, we need to get a few more wickets this afternoon to ensure that that lead doesn't grow that much more.
So Tejnoy Chandrapal scan the horizons, ensure he knows where the fielders are. Blackwood making a little bit of an adjustment, bringing in the forward square much more closer. No ball signal by the umpire, but Tej had a little bit of difficulty playing at that one.
Good area. That's a good area that he needs to bowl. But umpire signaling no ball, and Nicholas Gordon just bringing the attention to somebody, saying maybe you don't think he was over.
And
But at the end of the day, once the umpire has called, just get on with the game.
well, he's not satisfied at all there. Nicholson Gordon just saying something to his captain, Blackwood, and the others as well. That wasn't a no ball. But irregardless of what, you have to abide by the decision of the umpire. There's going to become a time when you can talk. You go through the necessary regulations that have been established, the principles. Tight looks a stingy man with that delivery.
Chandrapal right behind that one. Bat and pad close together, not leaving any gap.
He would have, like his dad, spent hours and hours on the foreshore of Unity, having friends and villagers bowling at him like they did with his dad. And the good thing about Tej is that, like his father, Clyde, he just loves batting, wants to be out there in the middle. And they say when you love doing something, you aren't working.
I would love to know the cricketer that doesn't love batting. I would love to know that person.
Batting for a long time.
Or we don't bat as well as certain people, but I tell you what, you love batting. You love to talk about what you did as a batsman.
Yes, so
Maybe
true.
the bowlers would tell you that they didn't love bowling that much, but they had to do it because it was hard work, certainly hard work. But batting,
Yes, and we've just been told by our producer, John Ramsing, that Alec Athanaze just scored 101 not out. So he's enjoying a period of runs galore.
well, he looked good while he was in Guyana. Didn't get 100, but tell you what, he looked a fine player. And what he's doing is the right thing. Break down the door.
That's right.
You continue to score and score big. Ensure that the selectors have you in their mind.
Outside the line of the off stump, 42 overs gone. 124 for the loss of 4. And in Athanaze's art of batting, Clyde, he's just not taking a crowbar and breaking down that door. He's using some sledges. Scoring heavily, 82, 97 against the Jamaican Scorpions in his last 2 innings. And back there in Trinidad and Tobago now, scoring 101. And prior to his departure with the West Indies team to South Africa, had a fine 141 too.
Yes, that's what it's all about. Batting and making runs. As a batsman, that's what you want to do.
We'd love to see them get some pitches too in the region where they can pull and hook and cut, sent on the back foot by some short delivery that the pitches, will present. That will help to develop them even more.
But talking about that, you have to get the bowlers to bowl fast as well.
Well, we have some young guys coming through too, beaten. We have Niall Smith today. We saw them on this pitch. Bowl with good pace and in the right areas too. That lead now has been extended to 288. Good delivery by Mindley. Stage walks away there. Will not want to engage Mindley in any discussion whatsoever at this stage.
Good areas, still keeping things fairly tight, not giving the batsman any sort of free runs. And I think that's admirable. You're bowling on a pitch that once the ball loses its sheen and loses that hardness, it has become easier for the batsman to bat. But as a bowler, you still got to run in and you still got to put the balls in the right areas.
Yes, you have to. Tight line, tight length, and Tejan Ryan Chandapal in behind, getting everything behind that one. So you can't go wrong, and he's growing in confidence. He's the kind of batsman that is going to bat until the cows come home, or they say until the parrots return.
Well bowled again, right in that same area, making T.H. Chandrapal having to look for it a little. Well bowled. It's the length on this pitch that has caused the problems. When you bowl that back of the lane, you've caused some problems to most of the batsmen we have seen in this game.
There's a drive, nicely knocked down at the cover region. 125 for the loss of 4. 43 overs gone.
And wow, with some 6 overs or so remaining, I'm sure 5 overs remaining, I'm sure Scorpions would be thinking they need to try and get one of these guys out, try and put a little bit more pressure on the Harpy Eagles. And I'm sure the Harpy Eagles will be thinking, if we can just stay out there, bat out this afternoon, there's no need for us to hurry, try and get too many runs. But Hemlock would probably be thinking he needs to get to that 50 and then to come back in the morning and try to score 100. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, Clyde, coming down to the end, good afternoon. And hello to everyone right across the world. These two young men have buckled down nicely. 9-2 run, 5th wicket partnership. That's what you want from two young players. Got long careers ahead of them. Imlak 45, Tate Chandrapal 52. This is what he's known for, 143 balls faced so far. Good cricket, good fighting comeback by the Eagles. Came together with the score 33 for 4. When Johnson went. And they've done well. 289, that leads, so it's building nicely. When it gets past 300, you really can't take Jamaica for granted. Yes, their batting hasn't been good, but they've got Blackwood in that side. He's a surprise kind of cricketer. He can fail and then come good with bat. He's got a bat. He's a captain. And when he gets going, he scores very quickly. So you need a good lead. Mind you, if and when he gets going, you still need a good lead. You take no one for granted. Paul Palmer would want to come good for Jamaica in their final knock. They've got to bat last. Bonner as well. So those three guys. In this format of the game, you take no team for granted, take no player for granted. .44 overs gone. Harpy Eagles 126 for 4.
Nicholas Gordon continued to plug away around that off stump, not giving young Tate Chandrapal any sort of room to put him away. Keeping things tight. And you've got to admire the Scorpions here in a little way. There's a nice partnership that has been on, but they did not give up. They continue to fight. They continue to bowl in good areas and make the batsmen work hard for their runs.
That's what I was telling Sunil outside earlier. I said, they've made the batsmen work hard for their runs. That's what you want. Just 3 extras. So they've been very good. Haven't given away too much. Full toss on the leg stump. Worked around the corner by Imlak for 2 runs. Inching closer to a half century. 46, as John would have told you previously, his best so far this year. He's now 48 from 85. Would do well to get to that half century before the close of play today, too. John Ramsing is back for the final stint, just a couple of overs left. John, another good long day at the office.
Gripping cricket. Ball winning many battles during today's play, but now we're seeing a fighting partnership again. 95 runs so far. That is what you want. You don't want anyone to dominate. So when wickets were tumbling all over the place this morning and in the afternoon session, this partnership after tea really bringing things back in order for the Guyana Harp Eagles, keeping the Scorpions out. Scorpions losing their sting just a little bit. 128 for 4. That lead, Matthew, getting close to 300 runs. That would be worrying for the Scorpions. Unfamiliar territory for them this season. The best innings, 234. Got 233 the last match right here at Providence. So they'll have their work cut out batting last at Providence. Earlier in the day, we saw just one ball from Manson keeping low. But generally, the pitch has been playing very good, especially seamers getting assistance with the ball because of that grass, going to grip, good lateral movement. Mainly 4 wickets, a 5-4 this morning for Niall Smith. Gordon, Green, Shields, unbeaten, getting good assistance. Yeah, you mentioned Imlak and Chandapal. Good partnership, good fighting partnership.
And 2 good young men. 2 good young men that want to set high standards in their game.
Imlak had a string of single-digit scores this season. Just 25 in Grenada against the Volcanoes in the second round. And then 46 this match. Three half centuries to him, all came last season. That's the end of the over. 128 now for 4.
A little bit of the red stand there. See a couple of fellas and a young lady. Very nice. If you get 100 spectators to come and watch red ball cricket, you get a lot these days.
Yeah, I recognize the guy speaking now, Dr. Jacobus, one of the local doctors here. Yeah, another doctor in the background as well. So some doctors there. As Gordon continues. 3 overs to go after this one. So we're getting down towards the end of the day's play. Remember that the day started with the Guyana Harp Eagles 268 for 9. Leon Johnson converting his overnight score of 142 to 150 not out. And he lost his partner, Niall Smith, without scoring. Harp Eagles 278 in their first innings. And bowling out Jamaica Scorpions for 115. Here they are in their second innings now, 128 for 4. An overall lead of 291. So the pitch, traditionally on day number 2 here at Providence, the new square, much better for batting. If you notice, Matthew, you're not seeing those footholds that you normally would see outside the batters off stumps. In this case, Chandapal. That's because of that thick grass that is rolled in. Live grass, you can see a tinge of green, but that's a lot of grass. We do not see that at Providence. Some of the other venues, no grass at all. That was the situation a long time ago at Providence. Wazim Habib and team doing a wonderful job here to ensure that these pitches are not like what they were a long time ago. No longer spin friendly.
That's why the good results in last year's CPL as well, the way the pitches played here. And I think they'd use, what, 2 pitches? 2 or 3 pitches for CPL 2022. And it was exciting, a lot of runs scored. Not the pitches that the ball would keep very low regular. So and you've got to battle your way through to get a score. So hats off to Habib and the team. I think they've done good work. They've improved a lot. Their knowledge of the situation at Providence and how to prepare pitches. They've done their homework and they've been able to give the fans and the cricketers fair pitches at Providence with good balance of both bowlers and batters.
I saw Kent Crafton in Grenada early up in the season. I saw him last round right here at Providence. So I think Cricket West Indies looking to have a standard across the region. That's why Ken Crafton, the head curator for Cricket West Indies, is moving around the region. 128 for 4.
Saw a little earlier, Nicholas Lungardem probably a little bit disappointed when he was called for no ball at the north end. Umpire Nigel Duguid officiating from that end. And he had a few words, I think, with the umpire as well as maybe chatting with his captain and so on. Maybe felt a bit disappointed. May have felt a bit hard done, but the umpire controls the game out there. They know what goes on. Outside the leg stump, worked away down to the backward square area. Imlach gets his 49th runs. He's almost there in terms of a half century. Not a good day for cricket, 15 wickets fallen. For 254 runs. If I'm correct, 15 wickets for what? The addition of 254 runs. It's a lot of wickets, though, to lose in a day's play.
I enjoyed the fast bowlers today. Mindley started it this morning, getting the wicket very early of Niall Smith, hitting out his stump out of the ground. Then Smith himself picking up 5, getting good support from Lunsford Beaton with 2 wickets. And then Marquino Mindley coming back this afternoon within the middle session of the day, picking up 4 wickets in very short space of time. So Providence can become a fast bowler's haven.
I think they would have smiled so far in the match, the fast bowlers who've done well and picked up the wickets. Mindley especially, I thought, bowled very well. I thought Niall Smith bowled well to get at 5-4. Well-deserved, young man. Needs to be back on the radar in terms of getting close to maybe getting into West Indies test side. It's all about his fitness, and he's got to work hard. Fast bowlers have got to work hard. That was Yorker linked on the off stump. Chandrapal across in that crouching manner of his. To find 4 or 5 quality fast bowlers in the Caribbean, now they can play test cricket, hard test cricket. It's very tough, but it's all about the guys too. How much time they will give to the game. They've got to practice. They've got to do the backyard work, as we call it, the private work. Practice in the nets. They've got to exercise. They've got to build their body, be strong. In yesteryear, fast bowlers are very strong from halfway down. You know, their body, the stature, tall fast bowlers, 6-footers. Alzari Joseph is a 6-footer, 6'5". But he can't carry the burden alone for the fast bowlers, to be honest. Kemar Roach, more or less playing that role of mentoring, helping to develop and work with the young bowlers coming on too. He's still there and he's picking up wickets and still moving the ball. But what has happened to some of the others? Over comes to an end, 129 for 4. So we've got to keep producing fast bowlers who can play test cricket. That's what you want. So the big scoreboard to our right says 1 over left in the day's play. And it's been a very good effort by these two young men after the Eagles were rocked back 33 for 4 in the 11th over. Nandu a duck, Anderson 22. Savory 1 and Johnson, the captain, didn't get going this time around. What a dismissal. Off the boot of Blackwood in the air, catch taken by the keeper. That's the way he went. Very unfortunate, but that's cricket. So Paul Palmer will have a bowl, final over of the day's play. A half century to Tevin Imlach. Raises his bat, will walk towards his partner. Touch gloves. Good innings from Tevin Imlach. 92 balls, 5 fours. The strike rate 54.35. That's fine, but well played to the young man. Both batters getting half centuries in this partnership.
Partnership of 97. Well played, Imlach. Congratulations. And you can see a sigh of relief after getting that single. Very important single for him. First half century this season. Had 3 of them last season that pushed him into the West Indies A side. He want to continue to score runs for himself, to maintain his position, and to continue to put pressure on the others that are there. Joshua De Silva. Short ball from Palmer, and almost carrying to the fielder at mid-wicket. Last over of the day, Palmer will feel he is missing out, but a boundary to Tejan Chandapal and the Harpy Eagles. And the 100th partnership on the board with that boundary.
When you've done all the hard work, you don't want to get dismissed in the final over of the day's play.
Shields there, maybe sighted with the sun, which is on the other side. And Chandapal, you can see, was anxious after playing that shot, realizing he was in some sort of trouble. But he's still there.
A right hand off spin, that's down the leg side. 2 deliveries left. So it's been an action-packed day. 15 wickets going down. And a nice partnership by these two young men for the Harpy Eagles to keep them in the game. And they've always been in the game when they dismissed the Scorpions for 115 with that lead of 163 and 4 innings. Full toss. Put away through the offside. Runs here for Chandrapal. That will go for 4. So a boundary to bring up the lead of 300. So they've gone over 300 now. 300 the lead. 301. And that's the end of the second day's play here at the National Stadium at Providence. 138 for 4 from 48 overs, 3 extras, made up of 2 byes and 1 no ball. Imlach not out 50 from 92 balls, 5 fours. And the Tejan Chandrapal unbeaten on 60, 162 balls, 9 fours in that knock. Wonderful partnership. And that is worth 105. They will go to bed happy that the Eagles have a very good lead of 301. 2 days left in this match. And just 4 wickets for Marquino Minley, none for Gordon Green, Shields, Mansing, nor Blackwood and Paul Palmer bowling that one over. So we're going to leave you from Providence with good news from a Harpy Eagles standpoint. That lead is built nicely to 301 at one stage, 33 for 4. And certainly great revival by these 2 young cricketers. Even as the covers come on, we want to thank our viewers and listeners for a wonderful second day of cricket. 15 wickets fallen, but at the end of the day, it's not been a good batting effort from the Scorpions, but the Harpy Eagles have batted nicely after that disastrous start and a lovely partnership of 102 between Chandrapal and Imlak would have served the Harpy Eagles well on day 2. On behalf of the entire commentary team, John Ramsing, our producer, Inderjeet Prasad, and Clyde Butts, I'm Matthew Kisoon saying goodbye from the National Stadium at Providence. Join us tomorrow for third day's play, 10 a.m. sharp.